Some journeys begin with an invitation. Others begin when someone quietly asks you to walk beside them. Tonight, beyond the endless shelves of the hidden library, a familiar doorway has opened once again, not because another mystery must be solved, nor because another forgotten place has been discovered, but because somewhere beneath an endless silver sky, someone has forgotten how to hope. And sometimes, hope does not return through answers. Sometimes, it returns when another traveler simply chooses not to leave your side. Welcome to ***, Sleep with Stories, ***, where every journey is designed to slow your thoughts, soften your heart, and gently carry you toward peaceful sleep. Whether tonight is your very first visit to the hidden library, or you've been walking its quiet halls for many evenings, you are warmly welcome here. Make yourself comfortable. Take one slow breath. Let the day quietly drift away. And when you're ready, follow Elias and his companion Mira as they step once more beyond the library's doors into a place where even the smallest forgotten hope still waits patiently beneath the stars. Tonight's journey begins in ***, the meadow where starlight rested, ***. The hidden library was never completely silent. Even in its quietest hours, something always seemed gently alive. Perhaps it was the soft turning of a distant page, perhaps the quiet rustle of leaves growing along shelves that had never known sunlight, or perhaps it was simply the comforting feeling that somewhere, someone was always discovering exactly the story they needed. Tonight, the library rested beneath its familiar crescent moon. Golden lanterns drifted lazily through the endless halls like patient stars that had forgotten the sky. Their warm light settled across polished oak floors, climbed towering bookshelves, and shimmered gently upon windows where midnight quietly waited beyond the glass. Elias walked slowly through one of the great reading galleries. His footsteps were unhurried. There was no destination pressing him forward. For the first time since arriving at the hidden library, he had learned that not every peaceful walk required a purpose. Sometimes walking itself was enough. He smiled softly as he passed familiar places. An elderly traveler sat peacefully beneath a lantern, reading from a thick blue book, whose pages occasionally released tiny silver birds that fluttered lazily through the air before becoming words once more. Across the gallery, two young visitors whispered excitedly over an enormous atlas, whose glowing illustrations shifted whenever they laughed. Farther still, someone quietly dozed beside a fireplace, an unopened book resting comfortably across folded hands. No one hurried them awake. Books, like dreams, understood their own timing. Elias slowed beside one of the tall arched windows overlooking the gardens. Outside, moonlight rested gently upon winding stone paths lined with blooming white flowers. Beyond them, he could just make out the distant outline of the bridge of blooming lanterns. Even from here, 4 warm lights glowed quietly among thousands of sleeping lanterns. They were tiny against the vastness of the valley, yet somehow they seemed impossible to overlook. Elias rested one hand lightly against the cool window. A peaceful warmth settled inside him. Not pride, something gentler. Gratitude. He remembered standing upon that bridge only a short time ago, wondering whether a single act of kindness could truly matter. Now, those 4 quiet lanterns answered the question every evening without speaking a single word. He found himself smiling again, not because he had awakened them, but because somewhere, someone else might one day see their light and choose to continue walking. His fingers absent-mindedly brushed the leather satchel resting against his side. Inside, carefully protected among his belongings, rested a small brass key shaped like an opening blossom. He had not looked at it since returning. He felt no need to. The elder librarian's words still lingered quietly within him. Some gifts exist to remind us that the door is already open. Elias let the thought settle like a falling leaf. He no longer felt the restless curiosity that had once followed him through every corridor. There would always be more mysteries, more doors, more stories. Some would open tomorrow, others, perhaps years from now. For the first time, he was perfectly content, not knowing which would come first. A familiar fragrance drifted gently through the gallery. Fresh tea, warm honey, and delicate jasmine blossoms. Elias looked toward the nearby tea room. Someone had already arrived before him. A quiet laugh, soft as turning paper, reached the hallway. He recognized it instantly. Mira. Without thinking, he turned toward the doorway. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, the library already felt a little warmer. The tea room was one of the quietest corners of the hidden library, not because people spoke less there, but because every conversation somehow learned to become softer. Warm amber light rested upon polished wooden tables. Small copper kettles released gentle curls of fragrant steam. Shelves filled with delicate porcelain cups stretched from floor to ceiling, each one slightly different from the next. Some were painted with tiny constellations. Others carried pressed flowers beneath their smooth glass glaze. One shelf displayed cups so old they seemed almost translucent beneath the lantern light. Yet every one of them waited patiently for another conversation. Mira stood near one of the long windows overlooking a small courtyard. She was carefully arranging loose jasmine blossoms into a simple ceramic bowl filled with water, not because anyone had asked her to, simply because she thought the room would feel a little more welcoming. She looked up as Elias entered. A warm smile quietly appeared. "There you are." Elias smiled back. "I had a feeling I'd find you here." Mira laughed softly. "I suppose the tea gave me away." "It usually does." She lifted a small teapot. "Chamomile tonight, and honey, and perhaps," she paused thoughtfully, "just a little lavender." Elias nodded. "That sounds perfect." She poured 2 cups with the unhurried care of someone who believed simple things deserved attention. Neither of them rushed to speak. Steam curled gently upward between them. Outside, a single white moth drifted lazily across the courtyard before disappearing into the moonlight. Finally, Mira spoke. "You've been visiting the bridge." Elias looked toward the window. "You can tell." She smiled. "You've been smiling at distant places." He laughed quietly. "I didn't know that was noticeable." "It usually is." She placed one of the warm cups before him. "For someone who spent so long searching for answers, you've become remarkably comfortable simply remembering." Elias considered that for a moment. "I think." He wrapped both hands around the warm porcelain. "I used to believe every journey ended when I returned." Mira waited patiently. "Now, it feels as though every journey quietly continues." She nodded. "The library has that effect." Silence returned. Not empty silence. Comfortable silence. The kind that needed no explanation. From somewhere deeper within the library, the soft sound of the evening bell drifted through the corridors. One gentle note, barely louder than a whisper. Neither of them moved. Neither felt the need to. The sound seemed to settle upon the room like moonlight itself. Elias looked toward the shelves surrounding them. So many stories. Mira followed his gaze. And still, new ones arrive every day. He smiled. "I wonder if the shelves ever become full." She looked genuinely thoughtful. "I asked Rowan that once, and..." He smiled, which usually means the answer is more interesting than the question. Elias laughed. "That does sound like Rowan. He told me." She gently traced the rim of her cup. "That bookshelves are rather like hearts. The more they are filled with things worth keeping, the more room they quietly discover. Elias let those words settle. Outside, the lanterns swayed gently in the night breeze. For a little while, they simply watched them. Then footsteps approached, slow, measured, immediately familiar. Neither Elias nor Mira turned. They already knew who it would be. The elder librarian appeared quietly in the doorway. His silver robes caught the lantern light like gentle morning mist. His expression carried the same patient warmth it always had. He looked first toward Elias, then toward Mira. Finally, his eyes rested upon the untouched second teapot, waiting quietly beside them. A small smile appeared. "I see. I am expected." Mira smiled. "There is always enough tea." The elder librarian inclined his head with quiet gratitude before taking the empty chair beside them. For a few peaceful moments, the three of them shared nothing more than warm tea, soft lantern light, and the quiet certainty that no conversation needed to begin before it was ready. Then, the elder librarian reached into the pocket of his robe. He carefully placed a single folded piece of ivory paper upon the table. Unlike ordinary paper, its edges shimmered faintly with silver light. It rested there, perfectly still, waiting. Elias looked at it curiously. The elder librarian met his eyes. Without urgency, without mystery, only with gentle kindness. "I believe another traveler is ready." And with those simple words, the peaceful evening quietly changed. Neither Elias nor Mira reached for the folded paper. The hidden library had taught them something long ago. Some invitations opened more beautifully when they were allowed a moment to breathe. The elder librarian gently wrapped both hands around the warm teacup Mira had poured for him. He closed his eyes for the briefest moment. "Chamomile," Mira smiled. "With honey and lavender." He nodded with quiet approval. A thoughtful evening. Outside, moonlight drifted across the courtyard, as though the night itself had slowed to listen. Only then did Elias carefully unfold the silver-edged paper. There were no elaborate symbols, no glowing map, no impossible instructions, only 7 neatly written words. "Someone is waiting in the meadow tonight." Nothing more. Elias read the sentence again. Then once more, he looked up. "The meadow." The elder librarian nodded. "The meadow where starlight rested." Elias couldn't hide a small smile. "I thought our journey there had ended." The elder librarian's eyes reflected quiet amusement. "Did it?" Elias paused. When he thought about it, perhaps it hadn't. The memories still felt strangely alive. The silver grasses The peaceful silence, the first wish glowing within still waters, the countless resting stars scattered across the valley like forgotten pieces of heaven. Those memories hadn't remained behind. They had quietly followed him home, almost as though the meadow itself had become part of him. The elder librarian continued. There are places within the hidden library that reveal themselves only once, and there are places that quietly become different every time we return. Mira smiled softly. The meadow belongs to the second kind. Elias looked back toward the note. Who is waiting? The elder librarian slowly shook his head. I do not know. You don't. So I know only that someone has reached the meadow and has not yet found what they came searching for. Silence settled gently around the table. Not uncertainty, simply reflection. Elias found himself studying the single sentence once again. Someone is waiting. The words felt surprisingly gentle, not like a request, more like quiet trust, almost as though the library believed he would understand before he even arrived. He looked toward the elder librarian. Why me? For several peaceful seconds, the elder librarian simply watched the lanterns drifting beyond the windows. Then he answered, several months ago, you would have asked, what mystery waits there? Elias smiled faintly. Probably several weeks ago, you might have asked, what lesson am I meant to learn? Again, Elias quietly nodded. I probably would have. The elder librarian's gentle smile deepened. But tonight, your first question was, who is waiting? The words settled into the room with surprising warmth. Elias hadn't even realized the difference. Not until now. The elder librarian looked at him with unmistakable kindness. The library noticed. Mira lowered her eyes into her teacup. A small smile appeared upon her face, not because Elias had changed, but because he hadn't noticed that he had. Sometimes those were the most meaningful changes of all. The elder librarian reached into his robe once more. This time, he withdrew not another letter, but 2 small lanterns. Unlike the blossom lantern Elias already carried, these were simpler, handcrafted from polished wood and frosted glass. Each held only the faintest silver glow. He placed one before Elias, one before Mira. The meadow asks very little of those who visit. He gently rested his fingertips upon the second lantern. It asks only this: when another traveler grows tired, walk at the pace their heart can still manage. No one spoke. There was nothing to add. Outside, the great crescent moon climbed a little higher above the library. Its silver light spilled across the quiet gardens. Beyond them, far in the distance, the 4 awakened lanterns upon the bridge continued glowing softly, as though silently blessing every traveler preparing to begin another journey. Elias carefully lifted the small lantern. Its light brightened, just slightly, not because it had been commanded, but because someone had accepted the invitation to carry it. And somewhere, deep within the endless halls of the hidden library, an ancient wooden doorway quietly unlocked itself. The doorway stood waiting at the end of the eastern corridor. It was neither the tallest door within the hidden library, nor the grandest. Visitors who hurried through the library often walked past it without ever noticing it. Perhaps that was because the doorway never called attention to itself. It simply waited, with the quiet patience of old forests and familiar friends. Its weathered oak surface shimmered faintly beneath the lantern light. Tiny silver vines had begun winding naturally across the frame, blooming with flowers so small they seemed almost made from moonlight itself. Mira slowed beside Elias. "It wasn't here yesterday." Elias smiled. "I was just thinking the same thing. The library enjoys surprising us." "It certainly does." They stood before the doorway without speaking. There was no urgency, no expectation, only quiet anticipation. The elder librarian remained several steps behind them. He never walked travelers through a doorway. That choice always belonged to the traveler. Elias rested one hand upon the smooth brass handle. It felt pleasantly warm, almost as though another hand had rested there only moments before. He glanced toward Mira. "Ready?" She smiled gently. "I've learned something. Oh, every time you ask that question, the answer has already become yes." Elias laughed softly. "I suppose you're right." Together, they stepped forward. The doorway opened without a sound. Instead of dazzling light, there was only gentle silver mist, soft, weightless, almost like early morning clouds drifting through quiet hills. As they crossed the threshold, the comforting scent of old books slowly faded. Fresh grass replaced it, then cool evening air, then the delicate fragrance of blooming night flowers carried upon an almost invisible breeze. When the mist finally settled behind them, they found themselves standing beneath an endless silver sky. The meadow stretched farther than either of them could see. Rolling fields shimmered beneath moonlight. Countless tiny stars rested peacefully among the grasses, glowing with the same calm rhythm as slow breathing. The familiar silver landscape welcomed them once again. Yet, almost immediately, Elias realized something was different. The meadow remembered them. The narrow pathway that had once appeared uncertain now curved naturally before their feet. Wildflowers leaned gently toward them as they passed. Several resting stars slowly rose from the grass before drifting lazily overhead, almost like curious birds greeting old friends. Mira smiled. It knows. Elias looked around. The meadow, she nodded. It remembers every traveler, but never in exactly the same way. He watched another tiny resting star float past his shoulder before quietly settling once more among the grasses. It feels. He searched for the right words, less like arriving somewhere and more like returning. Mira looked toward the distant horizon, where soft silver hills disappeared beneath the moon. I think that's exactly what home is supposed to feel like. For several peaceful minutes, they walked without conversation. Their lanterns cast warm circles of golden light across the narrow, winding path. Silver grasses swayed gently around them. Above, the stars seemed impossibly close, as though the sky itself had lowered just enough for tired hearts to touch it. Eventually, the path divided. One branch continued toward the familiar first wish pool. The other disappeared into quiet mist neither of them had seen before. Elias stopped. That wasn't here, no. Mira studied the mist with calm curiosity. It wasn't. Neither fear nor excitement filled the silence. Only wonder. The meadow, true to the elder librarian's words, had chosen not to repeat itself. Somewhere beyond that silver mist, another traveler was waiting. Neither Elias nor Mira hurried toward them. The meadow had already taught them something important. Hope, like starlight, was never found by rushing, and so, side by side, their footsteps slowed naturally to match the peaceful rhythm of the valley. As the quiet path disappeared gently into the waiting mist, the silver mist welcomed them without asking a single question. It neither hurried them forward nor concealed what lay ahead. Instead, it moved gently around them like quiet breath on a cool evening. Their footsteps became softer. Even the grasses beneath their boots seemed unwilling to disturb the peaceful silence surrounding the meadow. Neither Elias nor Mira spoke. Some silences deserved to remain untouched. As they continued along the winding path, the mist gradually became thinner. Shapes slowly emerged beyond it. Not buildings, not monuments, something far simpler, trees. Dozens of them, each one unlike any Elias had seen before. Their trunks shimmered like polished silver birch, while their leaves glowed with the faintest traces of pale blue starlight. whenever a gentle breeze passed through their branches. The leaves produced no rustling sound. Instead, they released tiny glowing petals that drifted lazily through the air before disappearing into the silver grass below. Elias instinctively slowed. "They are beautiful." Mira smiled softly. "They are listening." He looked at her curiously. "Listening." She nodded. "The meadow grows different trees for different travelers. Some remember laughter, some remember promises, and some—" She gently reached out, allowing one glowing petal to settle upon her fingertips. "Simply listen until a heart is ready to speak again." The tiny petal dissolved into warm light before fading completely. Elias watched it disappear. So even the trees help. They've always helped. They're simply very patient about it. The pathway curved gently between the glowing grove. Moonlight filtered through the silver branches in long, peaceful ribbons. Somewhere nearby, water trickled quietly over smooth stones, not loudly enough to demand attention, only enough to remind travelers they were never truly alone. After several more minutes, they reached a small wooden bridge crossing a narrow stream. Its crystal clear water reflected the stars so perfectly that the surface seemed to hold another night sky beneath it. Elias rested both hands upon the bridge railing. "I don't remember this." "You wouldn't." Mira joined him. "The meadow doesn't reveal everything during the first visit." He smiled. "Because it knows we wouldn't notice." "Exactly." They stood there together, watching tiny points of starlight drift slowly beneath the water. After a while, Elias noticed something unusual. The stars floating within the stream moved against the current. Not quickly, not unnaturally, simply, with quiet purpose. He pointed. "They're traveling somewhere. They always are." "Where?" Mira's smile became almost thoughtful. "I've never followed them." "You haven't, no. Some journeys belong to curiosity. Others belong to trust." Elias quietly considered her answer. Not long ago, he would have immediately wanted to follow every glowing star. Tonight, he found himself perfectly content, simply watching them pass. He smiled to himself. Perhaps the elder librarian had been right. The library really had noticed. A gentle breeze crossed the bridge. It carried another familiar fragrance: fresh chamomile, honey, lavender. Elias laughed quietly. "Please don't tell me the meadow makes tea now." Mira laughed with him. "No, but sometimes it remembers what comforts us." The scent disappeared almost as quickly as it had arrived, leaving only cool night air behind. Ahead, the pathway widened once more. The silver mist slowly parted. Far in the distance, a single figure stood quietly beneath one of the listening trees, motionless, neither waving nor hiding, simply waiting. Elias instinctively took one step forward, then stopped. He remembered the elder librarian's final words before they had entered the meadow. When another traveler grows tired, walk at the pace their heart can still manage. He looked toward Mira. She offered only the smallest nod. There would be no rushing, no dramatic greeting, no attempt to rescue someone who had not asked to be rescued. Tonight, they would simply arrive together, and for the first time since entering the meadow, the waiting traveler slowly lifted their eyes, as though they had quietly sensed that someone had finally come, not to lead them, but to walk beside them. The waiting traveler did not move. Neither did Elias, nor Mira. For a little while, 3 quiet lives simply shared the same moonlight. The meadow seemed pleased with that. Its silver grasses swayed gently around them, as though breathing in slow, peaceful rhythm. One tiny resting star drifted lazily between them before settling once more among the glowing blades. No one disturbed it. Finally, Elias and Mira continued walking, not directly toward the traveler. The winding path itself chose the gentlest route. It curved softly through the silver meadow, allowing every step to become an arrival rather than an approach. As they drew nearer, Elias noticed the traveler was young, perhaps no older than himself, wrapped in a simple ash-gray traveler's cloak that carried no symbols or embroidery. Their dark hair moved gently in the evening breeze. Their hands rested quietly before them, not folded in fear, not trembling, simply still. The traveler watched the silver horizon rather than the approaching footsteps. Mira slowed almost imperceptibly. Elias matched her pace without thinking. Neither whispered, neither planned what they would say. The meadow had already reminded them. Some meetings begin more beautifully without preparation, when only a few steps remained between them. The traveler finally spoke, without turning. I thought. Their voice was soft. Perhaps I had arrived too early. Elias smiled gently. I don't think anyone arrives early here. The traveler considered that. No, perhaps not. Silence returned, not uncomfortable, simply shared. After another few moments, the traveler slowly turned to face them. Their eyes carried no panic, no sorrow, only the quiet weariness of someone who had been searching for something without quite knowing what it was. Mira offered the smallest smile. I'm Mira. The traveler inclined their head politely. Elias. A second nod, then, my name is Lumen. Elias noticed something immediately. Lumen did not ask where they had come from, nor who they were, nor why they had arrived. Instead, their gaze drifted quietly toward the lantern Elias carried. It burns warmly. Elias looked down at the soft golden light. It was a gift. Lumen smiled faintly. It looks like one. Again, silence. Somewhere overhead, the branches of a listening tree released another gentle shower of glowing silver petals. Several settled upon the narrow path before quietly dissolving into light. Lumen watched them disappear. They always fall when someone new arrives. You've noticed that. I've been standing here for quite some time. There was no complaint in the words, only observation. Mira looked around the peaceful meadow. It's beautiful here. It is, Lumen answered almost immediately. So beautiful that I kept waiting to feel different. Those words lingered quietly beneath the moon. Elias felt them more than he understood them. The meadow remained breathtaking. The stars still shimmered. The breeze still carried the fragrance of wildflowers. Yet, beauty alone could not always quiet a restless heart. For the first time since entering the meadow, Elias felt the familiar desire to help, to find the right words, to offer reassurance, perhaps even to explain something the meadow had once taught him. He opened his mouth, then stopped, almost without thinking. He remembered the valley of silent bells. Not every silence wished to be filled. Not every heart wished to be hurried toward healing. Beside him, Mira said nothing. She simply looked toward the silver horizon with Lumen, sharing exactly the same view. After several peaceful breaths, Elias did the same. 3 travelers, standing quietly together beneath an endless sky. No lessons, no speeches, no answers, only presence. Minutes passed unnoticed. Then, Lumen spoke again. This time, their voice was almost lighter. I thought being alone was what I needed. A gentle breeze crossed the meadow. Silver grasses bowed softly around their feet. Lumen smiled. But perhaps I only needed someone willing to be quiet with me. Neither Elias nor Mira answered. They didn't need to. Some truths became complete the moment they were spoken aloud. Far away, hidden somewhere beyond the silver hills, a tiny new point of starlight quietly awakened among the grasses. No brighter than a candle, no larger than a single flower. Yet somehow, the entire meadow seemed just a little warmer, and none of the 3 travelers noticed it. Not yet. No one noticed the newly awakened resting star. The meadow never announced such moments. It simply remembered them. The evening breeze carried the scent of silver blossoms across the quiet valley. Somewhere nearby, a tiny stream continued its gentle journey through smooth white stones. Its peaceful song seemed to weave naturally into the silence surrounding the four travelers. Lumen slowly lowered themselves onto the soft silver grass, not because they were tired, because, for the first time in what felt like a very long while, they no longer felt the need to keep walking. Elias and Mira quietly joined them. The three sat together beneath the listening tree. Above, countless glowing leaves drifted lazily through the moonlight. None landed upon the ground. Instead, each dissolved into tiny stars before reaching the grass below. Elias watched them quietly. "It's beautiful." Lumen smiled faintly. "I've said those words to myself all evening. And yet, they hesitated. I couldn't feel them." Elias nodded slowly. "I think I understand." Lumen looked toward him. "Do you?" He smiled gently. "There was a time when I believed every beautiful place would somehow answer every question I carried." He looked across the endless meadow. "I kept expecting wonder to immediately become peace." A soft breeze passed through the listening tree. Silver petals drifted around them like quiet snowfall. "But they aren't the same thing." Lumen whispered, "No, they are not." Silence returned. Comfortably, Mira rested one hand lightly against the silver grass beside her. "The library once taught me something." Lumen looked toward her. "It said, peace rarely arrives because the world becomes quieter. It usually arrives because we finally stop asking the world to hurry." Lumen closed their eyes. Those words seemed to settle somewhere deep inside them. For several long moments, only the meadow spoke. A distant owl called softly beyond the silver hills. Tiny insects hummed almost invisibly among glowing flowers. The gentle stream continued, carrying reflected stars toward places none of them could see. Elias found himself smiling, not because anything remarkable had happened, because nothing remarkable needed to happen. This quiet evening was already enough. After a while, Lumen spoke again. "When I entered the meadow, I thought I had lost something." They looked down at their empty hands. "I kept searching. The grasses, the stars, the stream. I thought if I walked far enough, I'd remember what it was." Elias didn't interrupt. Neither did Mira. Lumen laughed quietly. "A strange thing happened." "What?" Elias asked gently. "I've been talking to both of you for only a little while, and suddenly it doesn't seem so important anymore." No one rushed to explain why. The meadow already understood. Sometimes we don't stop carrying our burdens because someone solves them. Sometimes we simply become less lonely while carrying them. Mira slowly opened the small satchel resting beside her. Without saying anything, she removed 3 simple cups, then a small copper flask. Lumen watched curiously. "You brought tea." Mira smiled. "I usually do." She poured warm chamomile into each cup. Steam rose quietly beneath the moonlight. Elias accepted his cup with a grateful smile. Lumen hesitated. "I didn't bring anything." "You don't have to," Mira replied softly. "The meadow has always been very generous with those who arrive empty-handed." Lumen accepted the warm cup, both hands wrapped gently around it. They didn't drink immediately. Instead, they simply enjoyed the warmth. The cup seemed almost impossibly comforting against the cool evening air. After several peaceful breaths, Lumen smiled. A real smile this time. Small, quiet, but unmistakably genuine. Elias noticed it. He said nothing. Some smiles, like newly awakened stars, became brighter when left undisturbed. High above, the moon continued its slow journey across the heavens. Its silver light stretched farther across the valley than before, and somewhere, just beyond the listening trees, another narrow pathway quietly revealed itself beneath the grasses, not because anyone had searched for it, but because someone's heart had become just a little lighter. Neither Elias, nor Mira, nor Lumen noticed it yet. The meadow, patient as ever, was in no hurry. No one stood to follow the newly revealed path. The meadow did not expect immediate curiosity. It rewarded patience. The narrow trail simply rested among the silver grasses, waiting as peacefully as everything else beneath the moon. Lumen slowly lifted the warm cup to their lips. The first sip lingered for a moment. Then they closed their eyes. "I haven't tasted chamomile in years." Mira smiled. "It has a way of remembering people." Lumen opened one eye. "Can tea remember?" "I think." Mira looked thoughtfully at the drifting stars. "Comfort remembers." Elias quietly watched the steam rising from his own cup. He found himself thinking about the tea house between seasons. Not the building itself, but the feeling it had left behind. There had been evenings there when nothing extraordinary happened. No impossible magic. No hidden mystery. Only warm tea, gentle conversation, and the quiet certainty that the world could wait until morning. He smiled. Perhaps that had been magic after all. Lumen noticed. "You remembered something." Elias nodded. "A place." Someone, a feeling. Lumen seemed to understand. I've been trying to remember places. They looked down into the cup. Maybe I should have been remembering feelings instead. Another gentle silence settled around them. The listening tree released a fresh shower of glowing petals. This time, one drifted slowly onto Lumen's shoulder. It remained there for several seconds before dissolving into tiny threads of silver light. Lumen watched it disappear. It never landed before. Mira looked toward the branches. I don't think the tree believed you were ready. For what? To stop carrying everything by yourself. Lumen lowered their eyes. There was no sadness in the expression, only recognition. I've always thought asking someone to simply stay beside me was asking too much. Elias answered quietly. I used to think accepting kindness meant becoming someone else's burden. Lumen looked at him, and now Elias smiled. Now I think kindness becomes lighter every time it's shared. The breeze carried those words gently across the meadow. Far beyond the hills, the faint outline of the bridge of blooming lanterns appeared between ribbons of silver mist. Even from this distance, its 4 awakened lanterns glowed warmly against the night. Lumen followed Elias' gaze. What are those lights? Elias looked toward the bridge with quiet affection. They remind people that even one gentle act can remain long after the moment has passed. Lumen watched the distant lights for a long while. They are beautiful. They are. I thought they were stars. Elias smiled. So did I. For a little while, the 3 travelers simply watched the bridge together. No explanations followed. The bridge did not need one. Neither did hope. Eventually, Mira set her empty cup upon the grass. The meadow usually reveals new paths for a reason. Lumen glanced toward the narrow trail that had appeared beyond the listening trees. I noticed, but they hesitated. I'm not sure I'm ready to walk it. No, Mira replied gently. I don't think you are. Lumen blinked in surprise. You don't. She slowly shook her head. I think the meadow revealed it because it wanted you to know the path exists, not because it expects you to take it tonight. Those words seemed to lift something invisible from Lumen's shoulders. They let out a slow breath, one they perhaps hadn't realized they had been holding. I've spent so much of my life believing that every open door had to be walked through immediately. Elias quietly laughed. I know someone who used to believe exactly the same thing. Lumen smiled knowingly. I'm guessing you're talking about yourself. I am. The 3 shared a quiet laugh, soft enough not to disturb the stars, warm enough to belong there. High above, the moon climbed a little higher. Its silver light reached the newly revealed path. Tiny resting stars began gathering gently along its edges, not as guides, but as companions, as though quietly saying, "Whenever you're ready, we'll still be here." And in the peaceful silence that followed, Lumen no longer looked like someone searching for something they had lost. They looked, for the very first time, like someone willing to believe that one day they might find it. The night continued unfolding without ever seeming to move. Time behaved differently within the meadow. Moments were not measured by clocks, but by quiet breaths, shared smiles, and the gentle feeling that nothing needed to happen before it was ready. The silver path remained waiting beyond the listening trees. None of them looked toward it now. Instead, their attention had settled upon something much smaller, a single tiny bird. It landed softly upon one of the lower branches above them. Its feathers shimmered like pale moonlight. It sang only once, 3 gentle notes. Then it tucked its head beneath one wing and fell peacefully asleep. Lumen watched it with quiet wonder. It isn't afraid. Mira smiled. It has no reason to be. I wish. Lumen stopped. No one hurried them. I wish it were that simple. Elias looked toward the sleeping bird. I don't think it's simple. Lumen turned toward him. I think it's something the bird learned. They remained quiet. The answer felt true. Trust, like hope, was rarely born overnight. The meadow understood that better than anywhere else. A gentle breeze drifted through the valley once more. This time, it carried distant laughter, very faint, almost impossible to hear. Lumen looked toward the silver hills. Someone else is here. Mira nodded. There are always travelers. We rarely see them, but we often hear them. Elias smiled. The meadow doesn't bring people together because they are close. It brings them together when they are ready. Lumen let those words settle. So, I've never really been alone here. No, Mira answered softly. Never. Another silence followed. Yet this one felt different, lighter, as though the quiet itself had begun breathing more freely. Lumen slowly traced a finger through the silver grass beside them. Tiny points of starlight gathered around the movement before drifting peacefully away again. I kept asking myself why this place wouldn't change me. Elias listened. I expected some great moment, a sign, a miracle. They laughed gently. I've been waiting all evening for something extraordinary. They looked up toward the endless sky. But perhaps This is it. Mira tilted her head slightly. What do you mean? Lumen smiled. I arrived hoping the meadow would remove my loneliness. Their eyes moved toward Elias, then toward Mira. Instead, it quietly introduced me to two people. No one answered. There was no wiser sentence to offer, no hidden lesson waiting at the end. The truth had already arrived. The listening trees released another gentle shower of glowing leaves. Only this time, they did something neither Elias nor Mira had seen before. Instead of dissolving immediately, 3 glowing leaves drifted slowly downward. One settled beside Elias, one beside Mira, one beside Lumen. Each remained upon the silver grass, glowing softly like tiny stars. Lumen looked at them curiously. What does this mean? Mira smiled. I've never seen it before. Elias gently picked up the leaf resting near his hand. It felt warm, not with heat, with familiarity, almost as though it recognized him. The glowing leaf slowly dissolved into a tiny thread of silver light. Instead of disappearing, the light floated gently toward the nearby stream. Lumen's leaf followed, then Mira's. The 3 tiny lights drifted together above the water. Not separately, together. The stream carried them slowly downstream until they disappeared around a gentle bend beneath the silver trees. None of the 3 travelers spoke. Some moments felt smaller when explained. This was not one of them. The meadow had quietly offered them a gift. Not an object, not a message, simply a memory. One that would remain long after the silver leaves themselves had vanished. High above, countless stars continued shining across the peaceful heavens. Below, the meadow answered them with thousands more, and somewhere beyond the listening trees, the hidden pathway waited patiently beneath the moon, not asking anyone to follow, only reminding every traveler that tomorrow was allowed to exist. The hidden pathway remained untouched, not abandoned, simply respected. The meadow never seemed disappointed when travelers chose to stay where they were. Perhaps it understood something many places did not. Rest was also a journey. Lumen slowly rose to their feet, not because they intended to leave, only because standing somehow felt easier than it had earlier that evening. They stretched gently, looking across the endless silver meadow. It feels. They searched quietly for the words. Lighter. Elias smiled. The meadow. Lumen shook their head. No. My thoughts. For several peaceful moments, they simply stood together beneath the listening tree. Then Lumen looked toward Elias with quiet curiosity. When you first arrived at the hidden library. Were you afraid? Elias laughed softly, almost constantly. Lumen smiled. You don't seem like someone who frightens easily. I don't think I was frightened of the library. What frightened you? He looked across the silver hills where moonlight rested like calm water. I thought if I stopped searching, I'd stop becoming. The words surprised even him. He had never spoken them aloud before. Mira looked at him with quiet understanding. Lumen remained silent, waiting. Elias continued. So I kept moving. I chased every mystery, opened every door, asked every question. I thought peace was something waiting at the end. He smiled gently, but eventually I discovered peace had been walking beside me the entire time. Lumen lowered their eyes. I've been doing the same thing. The meadow answered with another soft breeze. Silver grasses leaned gently toward them like waves upon a quiet sea. After a little while, Mira began walking slowly toward the nearby stream, not to leave, simply to wander. Elias and Lumen followed without speaking. The narrow stream curved peacefully through smooth white stones. Its surface reflected both the stars above and the lanterns they carried. Occasionally, one tiny resting star drifted down from the night sky, touched the water, and continued floating downstream, as though joining an ancient procession. Lumen watched them quietly. They never stopped traveling. No, Mira answered, but they never seem hurried either. Elias knelt beside the water. His reflection shimmered gently upon its surface. Then, something unexpected happened. Beside his own reflection, another appeared. Not Mira's, not Lumen's, a much younger version of himself, standing exactly as he had on the night he first entered the hidden library. Wide-eyed, curious, restless, the reflection lasted only a heartbeat. Then the water returned to normal. Elias remained perfectly still. Lumen noticed. What did you see? He smiled quietly. My first journey. Mira looked toward the stream. The meadow remembers. It remembers us, as we once were. Lumen stared thoughtfully into the water. Nothing appeared. They smiled anyway. I don't think I'm ready to meet my past just yet. The meadow knows. Mira replied gently. It never shows us what we're not ready to hold. Lumen looked relieved. I think I'm grateful for that. They continued walking beside the stream. No destination, no urgency. The sound of flowing water gradually blended with the whispering grasses until neither could be separated from the other. Eventually, they reached a wide clearing. At its center stood an ancient stone bench. simple, weathered, almost hidden beneath silver moss. 3 lantern hooks had been carved into its back many years ago. Without saying a word, each traveler hung their lantern there. Golden, silver, soft amber, 3 gentle lights now rested together above the quiet meadow, none brighter than the others, each making the others easier to see. Lumen smiled. It looks complete. Elias found himself smiling too, not because the journey had reached its destination, because, for the first time that evening, the meadow no longer felt like a place where someone had arrived searching. It felt like a place where someone had finally allowed themselves to stay. Far beyond the silver hills, the first pale hint of approaching dawn touched the highest stars. The night was not ending, but it had quietly begun, turning its next page. The 3 lanterns continued glowing quietly above the old stone bench. Golden, silver, soft amber, their gentle light reached only a few steps into the surrounding meadow. Yet somehow, it felt as though the entire valley had become brighter. No one hurried to take them down. Some lights were meant to remain exactly where they had found one another. The silver breeze moved gently through the clearing. Tiny strands of moonlit grass bowed together before slowly rising again. Lumen looked toward the lanterns. I thought I came here looking for something. Elias waited. But perhaps I came here to stop looking. Those words rested peacefully in the night air. No one answered immediately, because there was nothing left to improve. Sometimes a heart quietly recognized its own truth before anyone else could. Mira stepped closer to the old stone bench, running her fingertips lightly across its weathered surface. There are names here. Elias joined her. The ancient stone was covered with faint carvings. Not hundreds, only a handful. Most had nearly disappeared beneath time. None carried titles. None spoke of achievements. Only names, simple, quiet. Remembered. Lumen traced one gently. They stayed here. Mira nodded. I think they rested here. Another long silence followed. Elias looked across the endless silver valley. He suddenly understood why the meadow had never tried to impress its visitors. It didn't need to. Wonder brought people here. Peace invited them to remain. The distant hills shimmered beneath moonlight. Beyond them, the bridge of blooming lanterns was almost hidden by gentle silver mist. Only 4 tiny lights remained visible, steady, patient, unchanged. Lumen noticed them once more. They are still glowing. They always will. Elias answered softly. As long as someone remembers kindness. Lumen smiled. I think I finally understand. Not understand the meadow, not understand the library, simply understand that healing was never a destination waiting somewhere beyond the next hill. Sometimes it began with something much smaller, a shared cup of tea, a quiet conversation, a companion willing to slow their footsteps, a silence that no one tried to repair. The meadow had offered all of those things. Nothing more, nothing less. A single listening tree released one final shower of glowing silver leaves. This time, they drifted across the clearing, around the old bench, and gently circled the 3 lanterns before disappearing into countless tiny stars, almost as though the meadow itself wished to remember this evening. Lumen quietly lifted their lantern from its hook. The soft amber light burned a little brighter than before, not brilliantly, simply steadily. I think they smiled gently. I'm ready to walk tomorrow. Mira smiled. The path will still be waiting. I know, and strangely, that makes me less eager to rush toward it. Elias laughed softly. The meadow has been teaching all evening. Lumen looked surprised. I don't remember any lessons. Elias glanced toward the silver horizon. Neither do I. I only remember how peaceful it felt sitting beneath that tree. For the first time that evening, Lumen laughed freely, a warm, easy, unburdened laugh. It drifted gently across the valley. Somewhere in the distance, another tiny resting star quietly awakened among the silver grasses. This one they noticed. No one pointed toward it. No one spoke. They simply watched its soft light settle peacefully into the meadow. The elder librarian had once said, "Hope rarely arrives with great fanfare. More often, it quietly chooses a place to rest." Elias understood those words, now more deeply than ever before. He had not come here to give Lumen hope, nor had Mira. Hope had already been waiting. It had simply needed enough quiet to hear itself again. The 3 travelers stood together beneath the endless silver sky. Then, without hurry, they began walking back through the meadow, not because the journey was over, but because the meadow had already given exactly what tonight required. Behind them, the old stone bench remained beneath the listening tree. 3 tiny silver leaves rested upon its weathered surface. Long after the footsteps had faded, they continued glowing softly beneath the moon, patiently waiting for another evening, another traveler, another quiet beginning. Morning did not arrive all at once. Within the meadow, dawn unfolded with the same quiet patience as everything else. The stars did not suddenly disappear. Instead, One by one, they gently lowered themselves into the silver grasses until they rested once more beneath the endless valley. The moon remained above the horizon a little longer, reluctant to leave. Its pale light slowly blended with the first warm colors of approaching sunrise. Silver became gold, blue became lavender. Every blade of grass caught the changing light differently. The meadow seemed to awaken without ever having truly been asleep. Elias breathed deeply. The cool morning air carried the scent of dew, wildflowers, and fresh earth warming beneath the first gentle sunlight. Nearby, Mira quietly packed away the empty teacups into her satchel. Lumen watched her for a moment before smiling. "You always carry tea." Mira laughed softly. "Almost always. Why?" She paused thoughtfully. "Because I've learned. People rarely remember exactly what was said. They remember how welcome they felt." Lumen lowered their eyes. "I think I'll remember both." A comfortable silence followed. No one hurried to begin walking. There was something sacred about allowing a peaceful morning to introduce itself. A family of tiny silver birds fluttered between the listening trees. Unlike the lone bird from the evening before, these traveled together, never too far apart. Whenever one settled upon a branch, the others quietly waited. Elias smiled. "They don't leave anyone behind." Mira watched them too. The meadow enjoys gentle reminders. Lumen followed the birds until they disappeared among the silver leaves. "I used to think strength meant walking alone." Elias looked toward them. "So did I." Lumen smiled faintly. "It's strange. I've spent years trying to become stronger, and somehow I feel stronger after admitting I was tired." No one corrected them. No one praised them. The truth needed neither. A soft breeze crossed the valley. Far away, the hidden pathway they had discovered the previous evening remained visible between ribbons of silver mist. Morning light rested upon its edges now. It looked different, less mysterious, more welcoming. Lumen noticed it. "It doesn't seem so frightening anymore." Mira smiled. "No, it doesn't. But I still don't think today's the day." Lumen laughed quietly. "And somehow, that doesn't disappoint me anymore." Elias looked toward the distant path. "It will wait." The meadow itself seemed to agree. A single resting star drifted lazily across the entrance before settling gently into the grass beside it, not blocking the way, simply keeping it company. For a while, the three travelers wandered slowly through the waking meadow. No destination, no lesson, only curiosity. They crossed tiny wooden bridges, where crystal streams reflected both sunrise and the fading stars. They passed fields of silver flowers that slowly turned their blossoms toward the growing light. Butterflies with wings like tiny pieces of dawn floated peacefully among them. Everything felt familiar, yet wonderfully new. Eventually, they reached a gentle hill overlooking nearly the entire valley. The view stretched endlessly before them. Listening trees, silver rivers, rolling fields of resting stars, the distant outline of the bridge of blooming lanterns. Even farther, almost hidden beyond morning mist, stood mountains Elias had never noticed before. He pointed. Were those always there? Mira followed his gaze. I don't know. Lumen smiled. I think the meadow enjoys giving us another reason to come back. Elias laughed softly. I believe you're right. For several peaceful moments, the three simply stood together, watching sunlight slowly spill across the endless silver world. No one realized that somewhere beyond those distant mountains, another story had already begun quietly waiting for them. The hill remained quiet long after the sun had begun its slow climb across the meadow. Morning light settled gently upon the silver grasses. Every blade shimmered with tiny drops of dew. Together, they looked like thousands of sleeping stars that had simply decided to rest until evening returned. Lumen sat upon the hillside, their cloak spread gently across the grass as they watched the valley below. It feels different. Elias sat beside them. The meadow. Lumen smiled. No, my breathing. Elias looked at them with quiet curiosity. I didn't notice until now, but yesterday, I don't think I took a single deep breath. The realization surprised all three of them. Mira looked across the valley. It happens more often than people realize. We become so busy carrying tomorrow that we forget to arrive inside today. A gentle silence followed, the kind that asked for nothing. A small family of white rabbits emerged from the silver grass nearby. They paused only a few steps away. One tiny rabbit tilted its head curiously toward the three travelers. Then, finding nothing to fear, continued nibbling peacefully at the morning grass. Lumen smiled. They're not afraid of us. The meadow doesn't teach fear. Mira answered softly. It teaches recognition. Recognition. It helps living things notice peaceful hearts. The rabbits wandered closer. One tiny rabbit briefly brushed against Lumen's boot before hopping away again. Lumen laughed. A light, unforced laugh. I don't remember the last time an animal came this close. Elias watched quietly. Yesterday evening, Lumen had spoken carefully, almost cautiously. Now, their voice carried warmth, not because their questions had disappeared, but because they no longer carried them alone. Far below, the narrow stream shimmered beneath the growing sunlight. Tiny resting stars still floated upon its surface, though most had already settled back into the meadow. A few continued drifting peacefully downstream. Elias followed them with his eyes. "They are still traveling." Mira nodded. "They always do. I wonder where they go." Instead of answering, Mira simply smiled. Elias laughed. "I suppose some mysteries are happier remaining mysteries." "I think so." Lumen looked thoughtfully between them. "You both seem comfortable, not knowing everything." Elias smiled. "We've had a lot of practice." Lumen laughed again. "I'd like to learn that." "You already are," Mira replied. Lumen looked surprised. "I am. You noticed your breathing. You noticed the rabbits. You noticed the morning." She smiled warmly. "Yesterday, you would have only noticed your worries." Lumen became very still. The words settled gently within them. Then they whispered almost to themselves. "I think you're right." The breeze carried another familiar fragrance across the hillside. Wild mint, fresh rain, chamomile. The meadow seemed to weave comforting memories together without effort. Below, one of the listening trees shimmered softly. Its silver leaves reflected the morning sun like countless tiny mirrors. Lumen watched it for a long while. "When I leave, will I lose this feeling?" The question drifted gently into the morning air. Elias answered honestly. "I don't know." Lumen nodded. "I appreciate that answer." He smiled, but "I've learned something." "What?" Lumen looked toward the valley below. "I don't think peace belongs to this place." They rested one hand lightly over their heart. "I think this place simply helped me notice where it had been waiting all along." Neither Elias nor Mira spoke. They simply smiled. Some discoveries deserved nothing more than quiet agreement. Far beyond the silver hills, a faint bell echoed once across the valley, soft, gentle, almost carried by the wind itself. Lumen looked toward the sound. "Was that?" Mira nodded. "The meadow. It rings sometimes when someone quietly remembers themselves." The three travelers remained upon the hillside, watching the peaceful valley awaken beneath the morning sun. And for the first time, the meadow no longer felt like somewhere Lumen had come to escape. It had quietly become a place they would always be able to return to, even after they had gone home. They left the hillside only when the sun had risen high enough to warm the silver grasses. No one suggested where to go next. The meadow seemed to enjoy choosing its own direction. Their footsteps naturally found another winding path. It curved gently through fields of tiny white flowers, whose petals shimmered with the same quiet light as distant stars. As they walked, Lumen found themselves looking upward more often than downward. Yesterday, their eyes had searched the ground, as though answers might be hidden beneath every stone. Today, they simply admired the sky. Elias noticed. He said nothing. Some changes became stronger when left unnamed. Ahead, the pathway narrowed beneath a graceful arch formed by two ancient listening trees. Their branches reached toward one another high above the trail, intertwining so naturally that they appeared to have grown together over hundreds of peaceful years. Soft strands of silver moss hung between them. Whenever the breeze touched them, they shimmered like flowing moonlight. Mira slowed. "I remember this place." "You do?" Elias asked. She nodded. "My very first journey through the meadow brought me here." "What happened?" Mira smiled to herself. "I thought the meadow would tell me who I should become. And did it?" She gently touched the trunk of one of the trees. "No, it quietly showed me who I already was." Lumen considered those words. "I think I've spent so much time trying to become someone different that I stopped being kind to the person I already am." No one hurried to answer. The listening trees seemed to do that for them. A gentle shower of glowing leaves drifted around the three travelers. This time, they did not dissolve immediately. Instead, they floated lazily beside them, as though walking together. One tiny leaf settled upon Elias' shoulder. Another rested briefly in Mira's hair. A third circled Lumen before gently landing in the palm of their hand. Lumen looked at it in quiet wonder. "It's warm." Mira smiled. "The meadow remembers kindness." Lumen whispered, "But I haven't done anything." Elias looked at them kindly. "Haven't you?" Lumen blinked. "I don't think so." "You stayed," Elias answered softly. "You listened. You trusted strangers. You allowed yourself to breathe." He smiled. "Sometimes those are the kindest gifts we can offer ourselves." Lumen stared quietly at the glowing leaf. After several moments, they gently released it. The tiny silver light rose into the morning air before joining the others dancing beneath the branches. None of them tried to follow. Some beautiful things deserved only gratitude, not possession. They continued walking beneath the archway. Beyond it, the meadow opened into another peaceful valley. This one was filled with tall silver reeds gently swaying beside countless narrow streams. The sunlight reflected across the water in thousands of tiny dancing lights. From a distance, the entire valley appeared as though woven from liquid glass. Lumen stopped. "It's beautiful." Elias smiled. "You said that yesterday." "I know." Lumen laughed quietly. "But today, I actually feel it." Those simple words brought an unexpected warmth to Elias' heart. Not because Lumen had changed, because they had noticed they had changed. The elder librarian had once told him, "The quietest miracles are often the only ones that last." Standing there beneath the morning sky, watching another traveler slowly rediscover wonder, Elias finally understood. Perhaps miracles were never meant to astonish. Perhaps they were simply meant to feel. Like coming home, a cool breeze crossed the valley. Far away, the hidden pathway remained visible beyond the silver mist. Still waiting, still patient, still asking nothing at all. And for the first time, Lumen smiled toward it, not with urgency, not with uncertainty, but with the quiet confidence reserved for old friends who both know there will always be another tomorrow. The valley of silver reeds whispered softly around them. Each gentle breeze sent slow ripples across their shining tops. From where Elias stood, it almost looked like moonlight had learned to flow like water. The narrow streams wound peacefully between the reeds, crystal clear, unhurried. Every few moments, a tiny resting star would drift down to kiss the surface before quietly continuing its endless journey. Lumen walked a little ahead now, not far, just enough that their footsteps no longer carried yesterday's hesitation. Elias noticed something else. Lumen had begun looking around, really looking, at flowers, at birds, at the changing light upon the water. Yesterday, they had seen only themselves. Today, they had begun seeing the world again. Mira seemed to notice the same thing. She smiled quietly, but said nothing. The meadow rarely needed its victories announced. As they continued, the reeds gradually became shorter. The streams gathered together into a wide, peaceful pond. Its surface was perfectly still. Not a single ripple disturbed it. The sky reflected so clearly upon the water that the horizon almost disappeared. For a moment, it was impossible to tell where heaven ended and the meadow began. Lumen stopped beside the shore. "I've never seen water this calm." Elias knelt beside it. "Neither have I." Carefully, he reached toward the surface. Just before his fingertips touched it, the pond responded. Gentle circles spread outward, not because he had touched the water, because the water had quietly welcomed him first. The ripples widened slowly. Within them, images began to appear. Not visions, not prophecies, simply moments, tiny moments. A grandmother smiling while placing a blanket over a sleeping child. An old gardener watering flowers before sunrise. Two strangers sharing an umbrella beneath gentle rain. Someone quietly returning a book to its shelf. Someone leaving a warm meal outside another person's door. The images lasted only seconds, then faded back into peaceful reflections. Lumen watched in amazement. What was that? Mira smiled. The meadow remembers kindness. Wherever it grows. Lumen looked across the water. So none of those people came here. No, they didn't have to. The realization settled gently over all three of them. Kindness, it seemed, always found its way home. A dragonfly with crystal clear wings skimmed lightly across the pond. Its trail briefly caught the sunlight before disappearing again. Lumen watched it until it vanished among the reeds. I used to think the world was becoming less gentle. Elias looked toward them, and now Lumen smiled thoughtfully. Now I wonder if I simply stopped noticing the gentle parts. No one answered. The pond already had another series of tiny ripples spread peacefully across its surface. This time, no images appeared. Only sunlight, only sky, only three quiet reflections standing side by side. Elias found himself smiling. It was strange. The meadow had shown them no grand miracle today, no impossible creature, no ancient secret, yet this morning somehow felt every bit as magical as the greatest adventures he had ever experienced. Perhaps because wonder did not always arrive through extraordinary things. Sometimes it quietly returned through ordinary moments, finally seen with rested eyes. A soft bell echoed once somewhere beyond the valley, not distant, not near, simply present. Lumen looked toward the sound. I don't think that bell is calling us. Mira nodded gently. I think it's thanking the morning. They all smiled, and somehow that felt like exactly the sort of thing the meadow would do. The three travelers remained beside the still water a little longer, not searching, not waiting, simply allowing the peaceful morning to become another memory. The meadow would one day remember for them. Eventually, they continued walking, not because they were finished with the pond, because the meadow seemed to have quietly turned another page. The path beyond the water curved through a field of low silver wildflowers. Thousands of them stretched across the valley, their blossoms opened toward the sunlight. Whenever the breeze passed, they swayed together like a living sea. Lumen slowed, then stopped, then laughed softly. Elias looked toward them. "What is it?" Lumen shook their head. "I don't know." They looked around the endless field. "I think I'm happy." The words seemed to surprise them, not because they were untrue, because they arrived so naturally. No dramatic realization, no grand discovery, just a simple truth appearing quietly in the sunlight. Mira smiled warmly. "That's allowed." Lumen laughed again. "I know, but for a while I forgot." The three continued walking among the flowers. Tiny silver butterflies drifted lazily between the blossoms. Unlike ordinary butterflies, these seemed almost unhurried by nature itself. Some rested briefly upon flower petals. Others simply floated upon the wind. None appeared concerned about where they were going. Elias found himself watching them. The longer he looked, the more they reminded him of the resting stars. Neither hurried, neither resisted. Both seemed perfectly content, becoming part of whatever moment they occupied. Ahead, the path rose gently toward another hill, this one smaller than the first. At its summit stood something unexpected. A swing, a single wooden swing, hanging from the branch of an ancient tree. Its ropes appeared old, its wooden seat smooth from years of use. Yet it moved gently back and forth, despite the complete absence of wind. Lumen smiled immediately. "I haven't seen a swing in years." Without hesitation, they walked toward it. For a moment, Elias glimpsed something younger in their expression. Not childish, simply unburdened. Lumen settled onto the swing, slowly pushing off the ground. The swing drifted forward, backward, forward again. Never high, never fast, only enough to enjoy the movement. Mira sat beneath the tree, while Elias leaned against its trunk. Neither spoke. Both simply watched. Lumen laughed quietly as the swing carried them through the warm morning air. The sound drifted across the meadow. Gentle, carefree, real. The meadow seemed to respond. Several resting stars rose briefly from the grasses below before settling once more, almost like silent applause. After a little while, Lumen allowed the swing to slow naturally. Their feet touched the grass again. For several seconds, they remained seated, looking across the endless valley. Then they spoke, very softly. "I think I understand now." Neither Elias nor Mira interrupted. Lumen looked toward the horizon. "I came here because I thought something inside me was broken." A peaceful silence followed. Then they smiled. But nothing was broken. Their eyes reflected sunlight, silver grass, endless sky. I was simply tired. The words landed gently, like a leaf settling upon still water. No dramatic music, no miracle, no revelation from the heavens. Just truth, simple, honest, complete. Elias felt something warm settle inside his chest. Not pride, not satisfaction, something quieter, gratitude, because for the first time, he understood why the elder librarian had sent them here. Lumen never needed someone to repair them. They needed companions willing to stay beside them long enough for them to remember themselves. Far away, the hidden pathway still waited beyond the silver mist, patient, unchanged. The meadow had never expected anyone to become someone new before walking it. It had only asked them to arrive as themselves. And perhaps that was the lesson hidden within the valley all along. Above them, the sunlight grew warmer. The silver flowers shimmered. The swing moved gently once more, and the morning continued exactly as it should. The path became narrower as they continued, not because the meadow wished to separate them, but because some places were best entered one quiet step at a time. Tall silver grasses brushed gently against their sleeves. The morning breeze had grown warmer now. Birdsong drifted lazily across the valley. Some birds sang from branches, others from somewhere so high above that only their music could be heard. Lumen walked between Elias and Mira, no longer following, no longer leading, simply walking beside them. The difference was almost invisible, yet Elias felt it. Companionship was not measured by who walked first, only by whether someone remained beside you when the road became quiet. Ahead, the path curved around a gentle rise. As they reached its crest, the landscape opened once more. Below lay a vast field, unlike any they had seen before. Thousands upon thousands of tiny white flowers covered the valley floor. Each blossom was no larger than a fingertip. Their petals shimmered softly whenever the sunlight touched them. From above, the entire field looked like fresh snowfall, resting peacefully upon green hills. Lumen stopped. "It's beautiful." Mira smiled. The meadow has many ways of saying good morning. As they slowly descended into the field, something curious happened. The flowers nearest their footsteps quietly opened, not dramatically, simply turning toward them as they passed. Behind them, they gently closed again, as though preserving the morning exactly as they had found it. Lumen looked around in amazement. "They're following us." "I don't think so," Elias answered. I think they're greeting us. The thought seemed to delight Lumen. They laughed quietly, so even flowers say hello here. The meadow offered no correction. A gentle breeze carried thousands of tiny white petals into the air. They drifted lazily around the three travelers before settling once more among the blossoms. Not one landed upon the path itself. The way remained perfectly clear, almost as though the meadow wished to make walking effortless. They wandered slowly through the flowering valley. No destination, only discovery. Eventually, Lumen noticed something. None of the flowers were identical. Some carried the faintest trace of silver. Others glowed with soft gold. A few reflected delicate shades of pale blue. They're all different. Mira nodded. So are people. Lumen smiled. I don't think the meadow believes comparison is very useful. No, Elias agreed. It seems much more interested in simply allowing everything to bloom. Those words lingered gently between them. Far away, a cloud drifted slowly across the morning sky. Its shadow passed over the valley. For just a few moments, the flowers dimmed. Then, as sunlight returned, the entire field shimmered brighter than before. Lumen watched quietly. They didn't stop blooming. They only waited. Mira smiled. I think that's another lesson. Elias looked toward the glowing blossoms. Perhaps, but not one. The meadow feels the need to explain. Lumen drew a long, peaceful breath. I like that. So do I. The three continued walking until they reached the center of the valley. There, standing entirely alone among the endless flowers, grew a single ancient oak tree. Its broad branches spread outward like welcoming arms. Unlike the listening trees, its leaves were deep emerald green. Sunlight danced through them in warm golden patterns. Beneath its shade rested a simple wooden swing. It moved gently in the breeze, though no one sat upon it. Lumen looked toward the swing, then toward Elias, then Mira. A quiet smile appeared. I think the meadow wants us to stay a little longer. Neither Elias nor Mira answered, because, for perhaps the first time since entering the meadow, none of them felt any need to know what came next. Sometimes, the greatest gift a journey could offer was permission to simply remain exactly where you were. And beneath the quiet branches of the ancient oak, the morning continued unfolding, one peaceful breath at a time. The swing moved gently, forward, then back again, not because of a strong breeze, only because the morning itself seemed unwilling to become completely still. For several quiet moments, The three travelers simply watched it. Lumen smiled. It feels as though someone has just stood up. Elias looked toward the empty seat. Or perhaps someone is quietly being invited to sit down. Mira laughed softly. I think both answers could be true. The old oak stretched its broad branches high above them, unlike the silver trees scattered throughout the meadow. This tree carried the warmth of familiar summers. Its bark was deeply weathered. Its roots spread peacefully beneath the sea of white blossoms. There was something reassuring about it. Not mysterious, simply steady. Lumen stepped closer. Carefully, they rested one hand against the trunk. The bark felt warm beneath their fingertips, almost alive. They closed their eyes. I think this tree has been waiting a very long time. It has, a calm voice answered. The three travelers turned. An elderly gardener stood quietly on the opposite side of the oak. None of them had heard approaching footsteps. He wore simple linen clothing beneath a faded moss-green cloak. His silver hair rested gently upon his shoulders. In one hand, he carried a small wooden watering can. In the other, a single white blossom. His face carried the peaceful smile of someone who had stopped measuring life by hurried days many years ago. Lumen looked surprised. I didn't see you. The old gardener smiled kindly. I know. I wasn't meant to interrupt. He slowly walked toward them. Every flower his boots touched gently bent beneath his footsteps, then quietly stood again after he had passed. Elias offered a respectful nod. Good morning. And to you. The gardener looked first toward Elias, then Mira, finally toward Lumen. His gentle smile became just a little warmer. So, you stayed. Lumen blinked. You know me. The gardener slowly shook his head. I know the look of someone who nearly left too soon. Silence settled softly beneath the old oak. No one hurried to speak. The gardener placed the white blossom upon the wooden swing, not as decoration, as though returning something that had always belonged there. He looked toward the endless valley. When I was young, I believed flowers bloomed because the sun told them to. He chuckled quietly. It took me many years to realize. They bloom because they're finally ready. Lumen listened without moving. The gardener continued watering the roots of the ancient oak. Only a little, never more than it needed. You cannot hurry a blossom. You cannot hurry sunrise. You cannot hurry trust. He looked kindly toward Lumen. And you cannot hurry your own heart. Those words seemed to settle more deeply than any lesson the meadow had offered so far. Lumen lowered their eyes. I've spent years trying, I know, the gardener answered gently. I did too. A robin landed upon the back of the empty swing. It sang one cheerful note, then another. The old gardener smiled. It approves. Lumen laughed. So the birds vote now. They've always voted. They are simply less argumentative than people. Even Elias laughed at that. The sound drifted warmly beneath the great oak. For a little while, the four remained together without saying another word. The gardener quietly tended a few nearby flowers. Mira watched butterflies dancing through shafts of sunlight. Elias leaned comfortably against the ancient trunk. Lumen sat upon the wooden swing, not to escape, not to hide, simply to rest. The swing moved slowly, forward, back, forward again. Each gentle motion seemed to carry away one more unnecessary thought. The gardener glanced toward Elias. Without speaking, he gave the smallest nod. Elias understood. Some journeys reached an important moment, not when answers were found, but when silence finally became comfortable. Above them, the old oak released a single green leaf, unlike the silver leaves of the listening trees. This one drifted lazily downward before landing softly beside Lumen's feet. They picked it up, turned it gently between their fingers, then smiled. I think I'm beginning to understand why people come back here. The gardener looked toward the valley. They don't. Lumen looked puzzled. They discover that a small piece of the meadow quietly goes home with them. The morning breeze carried his words across the sea of white flowers. Far beyond the valley, the hidden pathway still waited patiently beneath the silver mist, unchanged, unhurried, exactly as it had always promised to be. The old gardener remained beneath the oak long after his watering can had become empty. He did not seem concerned. The meadow, like every good garden, already knew how to care for itself. Lumen continued resting gently upon the swing. Its slow rhythm had become almost impossible to notice. Forward, back, like breathing, like waves, like seasons quietly passing, without asking anyone to hurry. The elderly gardener looked across the sea of white blossoms. When people hear the word journey, they usually imagine moving. He smiled to himself. I've discovered many journeys begin the moment we finally stop. Elias remembered something. The observatory above the clouds, the tea house between seasons, the valley of silent bells. Every one of those places had taught him exactly that, only in different ways. The hidden library had never repeated a lesson. It had simply allowed the same truth to bloom through different seasons. Mira seemed to be thinking something similar. She quietly asked, "Have you always cared for this place?" The old gardener chuckled. "Oh no, I've only been helping for a very small while." Lumen looked around the endless valley in surprise. "This place feels ancient." "It is so." "How long is a small while?" The gardener looked thoughtfully toward the sky. "I stopped counting after my first 100 springs." Lumen blinked, then laughed. "I think the meadow has changed my idea of time." "So it should," the gardener answered warmly. "Time behaves differently when no one is chasing it." Another gentle silence settled beneath the oak. Nearby, the white flowers slowly turned their faces toward the climbing sun. Not all at once, each at its own pace. Not one bloomed too early, not one too late. Elias watched them carefully. "I've been thinking." The gardener looked toward him. "When I first entered the library, I believed every place existed to teach me something. And now," Elias smiled, "now I think some places simply welcome us until we're ready to teach ourselves." The gardener's eyes shone kindly. "I hoped you'd discover that." Lumen looked between them. "So, the meadow never fixed me?" "No," Mira answered gently. "It reminded you that you weren't broken." Lumen became very quiet. The words settled deeply, not as comfort, as recognition. A tiny breeze crossed the field. Thousands of white blossoms swayed together. For just one beautiful moment, the valley resembled a calm ocean beneath the morning sun. The gardener slowly reached into the pocket of his cloak. He removed 3 tiny seeds, each no larger than a grain of rice. One shimmered silver, one pale gold, one soft emerald. He placed them carefully in Elias' hand. "What are they?" "Nothing." The gardener smiled, yet Lumen looked curious. "They'll become flowers. Perhaps trees. Perhaps. What decides?" The gardener closed Elias' fingers gently around the tiny seeds. "The hands that care for them." Elias looked thoughtfully at the closed palm. "I don't think these are ordinary seeds." "They aren't. They are reminders." "Of what?" The gardener smiled toward all 3 travelers. "That every peaceful thing we carry home asks quietly to be planted somewhere." No further explanation came. None was needed. The 3 tiny seeds felt strangely warm, almost alive. Not with magic, with possibility. Far away, the familiar bell sounded once again. This time, its gentle tone seemed to drift from somewhere beyond the hidden pathway waiting beneath the silver mist. The gardener lifted his eyes toward the distant hills. It seems the meadow believes your mourning is nearly complete. Lumen looked almost disappointed. So soon. The gardener laughed softly. My dear traveler, peace is never measured by how long it lasts. It's measured by how deeply it stays. The swing finally came to rest. The white blossoms danced gently around the old oak. The three travelers stood together once more, not because the meadow had asked them to leave, but because they had quietly received everything this morning had wished to offer. And somewhere beyond the silver hills, where the hidden pathway disappeared into soft morning light, another quiet invitation was already beginning to bloom. The three living seeds rested safely within Elias' small leather pouch, though no larger than grains of rice. They seemed to carry a quiet warmth against the fabric, not heavy, not magical, simply present, as though they enjoyed traveling. The ancient gardener stood beneath the great oak until the three companions reached the edge of the valley of white blossoms. He did not wave goodbye. He simply smiled, the kind of smile that made farewells unnecessary. Lumen looked back once. The old oak still stood proudly above the sea of blossoms. The wooden swing moved gently beneath its branches. The gardener, however, was nowhere to be seen. Lumen blinked. He was just there. Mira looked toward the empty shade beneath the tree. Yes. Where did he go? She smiled softly. I've learned. The meadow doesn't always tell us when someone has finished being exactly where they were needed. Lumen looked thoughtfully at the empty space. Then, instead of searching, they bowed their head ever so slightly toward the old oak. A silent thank you. Nothing more. Elias noticed. Without realizing it, Lumen had begun saying goodbye differently. Not with sadness, with gratitude. The path ahead curved gently through rolling silver hills. Morning had fully arrived now. The sky had become a brilliant shade of soft blue. Thin white clouds drifted lazily overhead. Tiny birds soared upon warm currents of air. Everything felt wonderfully awake. As they walked, Elias found himself touching the small pouch resting against his side. The seeds were still warm. Curious, he quietly asked Mira, "Have you ever seen seeds like these before?" She shook her head. "No, but I don't think they are meant to be understood immediately." Elias smiled. Everything in the library seems patient. So does every worthwhile answer. Lumen laughed softly. "I think patience follows both of you around." "Not always," Elias admitted. "There was a time when I tried opening every door the moment I found it. And now," he looked toward the winding path ahead. Now, I enjoy wondering where it leads before arriving. The three continued walking. The silver hills gradually became lower. The flowers grew fewer. The familiar listening trees appeared farther apart than before. For the first time since entering the meadow, the landscape began changing in a way Elias had never seen. The silver grasses slowly blended with ordinary green meadows. Wild lavender grew among patches of soft moss. Golden butterflies drifted peacefully through warm shafts of sunlight. The meadow, it seemed, was gently preparing to become something else. Lumen noticed. "It's changing." Mira nodded. "It often does. Why?" The meadow never wants travelers to believe peace exists in only one kind of place. Lumen looked around again. Yesterday, they might have missed such a quiet change. Today, they smiled at it. "I think it's teaching us how to carry it home." Elias felt a quiet warmth hearing those words. Lumen no longer waited for someone else to explain the meadow. They had begun listening to it themselves. A little farther ahead, the path divided, not into many directions, only two. One continued gently through sunlit meadows. The other disappeared beneath a graceful archway formed by flowering vines covered in tiny pale blue blossoms. No signs marked either road. No voice offered guidance. No magical light pointed toward one choice over the other. The meadow simply waited. Lumen looked between the two paths. Then, instead of immediately choosing, they smiled. "I think it's asking us something." Elias looked at them. "What do you think?" Lumen's smile became warmer. "I don't think it's asking. Which path is right?" They looked from one trail to the other once more. "I think it's asking whether we've learned that either path can become beautiful if we walk it gently." For several peaceful seconds, no one moved, not because they were uncertain, because all three quietly appreciated how much Lumen had changed since the previous evening. The meadow, without ever saying a word, had quietly helped another traveler remember themselves. And somewhere beyond the flowering arch, a faint breeze carried the distant scent of fresh rain, a fragrance Elias recognized, not from the meadow, but from another place, another season, another story, still waiting to be remembered. The two pathways waited quietly beneath the morning sky. Neither appeared brighter, neither seemed easier. The meadow had offered no clues, perhaps because it trusted the travelers more than they trusted themselves. Lumen stood for a few peaceful moments between the paths. Yesterday, they might have worried about making the wrong choice. Today, They simply admired both possibilities. Mira noticed, "You aren't trying to solve it." Lumen smiled. "I don't think it's a puzzle. What do you think it is?" "So welcome." Elias looked toward the flowering archway. "I like that answer." The breeze shifted gently. This time, it carried the fragrance of fresh rain a little more clearly, not the heavy scent that comes before a storm, but the clean, comforting fragrance that lingers after rain has already washed the world. Elias closed his eyes. For one brief moment, he remembered the conservatory of whispering rain, glass roofs shimmering beneath silver clouds, gentle droplets singing across ancient windows, the peaceful rhythm that had taught him some silences were filled with music. The memory arrived, then quietly drifted away, like an old friend passing through. Lumen noticed his smile. "You remembered somewhere." "I did." "Did it make you miss it?" Elias thought carefully. "No. It made me grateful I had been there." Lumen nodded slowly. "I think that's a nicer way to remember places." Mira smiled warmly. "The library hopes every traveler eventually feels that." The three companions exchanged one last glance. No discussion followed, no vote. Almost naturally, their footsteps turned toward the flowering arch, not because the other road was wrong, simply because this morning their hearts had leaned gently in that direction. The vines above the archway swayed softly as they passed beneath. Tiny blue blossoms released delicate petals into the air. Instead of falling, they floated around the travelers like tiny pieces of sky. Lumen reached out instinctively. One petal landed lightly upon their fingertip. It shimmered for a heartbeat, then dissolved into cool blue light. It disappeared. Mira looked upward. "I think it wanted to be remembered instead of kept." Lumen smiled. "I'm beginning to notice a pattern. The meadow doesn't like people collecting beautiful things. It prefers people experiencing them." Elias laughed softly. "Exactly." Beyond the arch, the landscape changed once again. The silver grasses became shorter. Wild lavender grew thick beside the path. Bees hummed lazily from flower to flower. Tiny streams crossed beneath smooth wooden bridges, no wider than a single traveler. Everything felt quieter, more intimate, as though the meadow itself had leaned closer. Far ahead, they noticed a line of old stone markers standing beside the path. Each stood no taller than a person's waist, smooth with age, covered in soft green moss. Unlike the stone bench beneath the ancient oak, these carried no names, only simple carvings: a lantern, a flower, a bird, a cup, a bridge, a bell. Lumen stopped before the first marker. "What are these?" Elias gently brushed a little moss aside. "I don't know." Mira looked at each carving thoughtfully. "They don't feel like monuments." "No, they feel—" Lumen searched for the right word. "Like memories." The breeze answered by softly ringing the tiny blue flowers growing around the stones. They made almost no sound, only the faintest crystal whisper. Elias walked slowly from one marker to the next. Every carving stirred a familiar feeling inside him. The lantern reminded him of the hidden library. The cup reminded him of the tea house. The bridge of blooming lanterns. The bell of the silent valley. None of the carvings explained themselves. They simply invited remembrance. Lumen watched Elias carefully. "I think these stones remember journeys." Mira smiled. "And perhaps they remind travelers that every peaceful step becomes part of a much longer road." No one spoke after that. The three companions continued slowly along the ancient markers. Each stone seemed less like a destination and more like a quiet promise, a promise that no gentle moment, no matter how small, was ever truly forgotten. High above, the morning sun climbed a little higher. Its warm light reached farther along the winding path, and just beyond the last moss-covered stone, something white shimmered softly between the trees, too distant to recognize, near enough to quietly invite curiosity. The white shimmer remained motionless among the distant trees, not hidden, simply waiting to be noticed. The three travelers continued forward at the meadow's unhurried pace. No one tried to guess what lay ahead. After all, the library had quietly taught them that expectation often spoke louder than wonder, and wonder preferred to arrive softly. The line of ancient stone markers gradually came to an end. The final stone carried no carving at all. Its smooth surface reflected only the warm morning sunlight. Lumen stopped beside it. "This one is empty." Elias rested his fingertips lightly upon the weathered stone. "It isn't unfinished." Mira smiled knowingly. "No, I think it's waiting." Lumen looked puzzled. Waiting for what? Neither Elias nor Mira answered immediately. The silence itself seemed to offer the answer. Perhaps it waited for every traveler to leave behind one quiet memory of their own, not carved into stone, but carried within the heart. Lumen smiled softly. "I like that." They placed one gentle hand against the smooth stone, not to leave something behind, only to say thank you. The breeze passed quietly through the surrounding trees. For just a heartbeat, the stone felt faintly warm. Then it became ordinary once again. No miracle, no glowing light, only a peaceful farewell. The path narrowed once more. Tall birch trees appeared on either side, their white trunks glowing softly beneath the morning sun. Unlike the listening trees, these whispered differently. Their leaves rustled with a lighter sound, almost playful. Tiny patches of golden sunlight danced across the forest floor. As the companions entered the grove, the distant white shimmer slowly became clearer. It was not a building, nor another traveler. It was a flock of magnificent white cranes. Dozens of them, perhaps hundreds. They stood quietly within a wide clearing, their long feathers glowing like fresh snowfall beneath the morning light. Some rested peacefully, some preened their wings, others simply stood together, perfectly still. Lumen stopped instinctively. "They are beautiful." The cranes did not fly away, nor did they approach. They simply acknowledged the travelers with calm, intelligent eyes before returning to their peaceful morning. Mira lowered her voice almost to a whisper. "I've never seen so many." Elias noticed something curious. Not one bird stood completely alone. Some stood in pairs, others in small circles. Even those resting quietly remained within sight of another. Lumen noticed too. "They stay together." "They do," Elias answered, "but none of them seem crowded." The observation lingered. Companionship without possession, closeness without losing oneself. The meadow seemed remarkably fond of that balance. A gentle breeze crossed the clearing. One young crane stretched its wings for the first time that morning. Instead of flying, it simply practiced. A little higher, a little farther, then settled once more beside the older birds. Lumen smiled warmly. "It doesn't seem embarrassed." Mira laughed softly. "Why should it be? It's learning." The older cranes never hurried the younger one. They neither encouraged nor corrected. They simply remained nearby, present, patient, watching without judgment. Elias felt another quiet understanding settle inside him. The meadow had spent the last 2 chapters teaching one truth from many different directions. The tea house had offered warmth. The valley had offered silence. The gardener had offered patience. And now, the cranes offered trust. Not one lesson repeated, yet every lesson belonged to the same gentle story. The young crane tried again. Its wings caught the morning breeze, a little longer this time. For several graceful heartbeats, it floated just above the meadow grasses, then landed softly. No applause followed, no celebration, only quiet acceptance, as though every small beginning deserved to unfold naturally. Lumen watched with shining eyes. I think I've spent too much of my life expecting perfection before allowing myself to begin. Elias smiled. I know that feeling. Lumen looked toward the young crane once more. Perhaps beginning gently is enough. Above them, one white feather loosened from an older crane's wing. It drifted lazily through the golden air, not toward Elias, not toward Mira. It landed quietly at Lumen's feet. They picked it up with both hands. The feather felt impossibly light, almost weightless, as though it had never belonged to gravity at all. For a long moment, Lumen simply smiled, not because the meadow had given them a gift, but because, for the first time, they accepted one without wondering whether they deserved it. And somewhere beyond the peaceful clearing, the winding path continued beneath the birch trees, leading gently toward another quiet corner of the meadow, already waiting to be remembered. Lumen turned the white feather slowly between their fingers. Morning sunlight slipped across its delicate strands. It seemed almost too light to belong to the world at all. For a quiet moment, none of them spoke. The cranes continued their peaceful morning, exactly as before. No ceremony had marked the feather's arrival. No hidden magic. It had simply drifted where the breeze had carried it. Lumen looked toward the elder crane from whose wing it had fallen. The graceful bird simply blinked once, then returned to smoothing its feathers, almost as if to say, some gifts become lighter when they are not held too tightly. Lumen smiled. I don't think it belongs to me. Mira looked gently toward the feather. Perhaps, but it chose to travel with you for a little while. Lumen nodded thoughtfully. I suppose not everything we carry has to be forever. Elias smiled. I think that's true of many beautiful things. The three quietly continued through the clearing. The cranes watched them without fear. A few lifted their wings. Others continued resting beneath the warm morning sun. The young crane practiced another short flight. This time, it remained in the air just a little longer. When it landed, an older crane gently touched its beak against the younger one's neck. No praise, no correction, only quiet encouragement. Lumen noticed. They celebrate differently. Mira smiled. They don't compare progress. They simply notice it. Those words remained with Elias. How often had he measured his own journey against places he had not yet reached? How often had he forgotten to notice the peaceful steps already beneath his feet? The meadow, patient as always, had answered without asking the question aloud. As they left the clearing, the forest slowly changed once more. The white birches gave way to graceful willow trees. Their long silver-green branches swayed lazily above a narrow stream. Sunlight filtered through hanging leaves in soft ribbons of gold. Tiny wooden stepping stones crossed the stream instead of a bridge. Each stone rested just above the water, perfectly placed, yet uneven enough to ask travelers to slow their pace. Lumen smiled. "I like these." "You do?" Elias asked. "They're small enough that I can't hurry." One by one, they stepped carefully across. The stream below was so clear that smooth white pebbles could be counted beneath the surface. Tiny silver fish drifted lazily through the gentle current. Halfway across, Lumen paused, not because they had lost balance, because something caught their eye. Beneath the water, resting quietly between two smooth stones, lay a single paper boat, perfectly folded, untouched by the current. Elias knelt carefully upon one stepping stone. How strange. The water isn't carrying it away. Mira looked closely. Perhaps it has already reached where it was meant to be. Lumen watched the little boat for a long while. "I wonder who made it." The breeze stirred gently through the willow branches. No answer came, only another quiet invitation to wonder. The paper boat remained exactly where it rested, simple, fragile, completely at peace. Elias found himself smiling. Somewhere deep within the hidden library, he felt certain there must be another story waiting for that little boat. Not today, not tomorrow, but someday. The thought lingered only briefly before drifting away like the breeze itself. The companions continued across the stepping stones. When they reached the opposite bank, Lumen looked back one final time. The white feather still rested gently in their hand. The cranes had become distant white shapes among the morning grass. The paper boat remained beneath the clear stream. 3 quiet moments, 3 gentle memories, already beginning to settle inside the heart. Ahead, the winding path disappeared beneath a canopy of flowering willow branches. Their long silver leaves brushed softly against one another, creating a whisper unlike any sound Elias had heard before. Not words, not music, something beautifully between the two. Without speaking, the 3 travelers continued forward, walking neither toward an ending nor toward a destination, only toward whatever peaceful memory the meadow wished to share next. The willow branches slowly disappeared behind them, yet the gentle whisper of the stream remained in their memories, as though some sounds preferred to travel with those who had listened carefully. Lumen walked quietly beside Elias. The white feather rested safely inside the journal tucked beneath their arm. Neither of them spoke about it again. Some gifts became more meaningful after they had settled into silence. Ahead, the winding path gradually climbed one final rise. The morning had grown brighter. Sunlight spilled generously across the meadow now. Silver grasses shimmered like countless tiny mirrors. Wild lavender released its comforting fragrance whenever the breeze wandered past. Everything felt wonderfully ordinary, which somehow made everything feel even more extraordinary. As they reached the top of the hill, the world opened before them once again. Beyond the gentle slope, the hidden pathway appeared. Not suddenly, not dramatically, simply waiting exactly where they had first seen it. The same narrow trail, the same ribbons of silver mist, the same quiet invitation. Nothing about it had changed. Only the travelers had. Lumen stopped. For a long while, they simply looked toward the path. No uncertainty crossed their face. No urgency, only recognition. Elias remained beside them without speaking. He remembered how different this moment would have felt only yesterday. Then, the hidden pathway had seemed like another unanswered question. Now, it felt like an old friend, patiently waving from a distance. Lumen smiled softly. I think it was never hiding. Mira looked toward the silver mist. No, I think we simply weren't ready to notice it. The breeze lifted gently across the hill. The silver grasses bowed toward the waiting trail, not directing anyone, only greeting it. Lumen took one slow step forward, then another, until they stood only a few paces from where the hidden pathway began. They looked down. The earth beneath the mist was ordinary. Soft grass, smooth stones, tiny wildflowers growing naturally along its edges. Nothing magical, nothing impossible, only a quiet beginning. Lumen looked back toward Elias. I used to think every unknown path expected something from me. Elias waited. Now, I think it only asks whether I'm ready to walk gently. Those words settled deeply inside all three companions. The meadow had not removed uncertainty. It had transformed the relationship they held with it. For several peaceful moments, they stood together at the edge of the hidden pathway. None of them crossed it, not because they were afraid, because today they did not need to. Some invitations became more beautiful when accepted with trust instead of immediacy. The hidden path would still be here tomorrow, next season, perhaps even years from now. Its greatest promise had never been where it led. Its promise was that it never hurried anyone. A tiny resting star drifted lazily from the silver mist. It circled once above the path, then settled quietly among the wildflowers beside Lumen's boots. Lumen smiled. "I understand." No one asked what they meant. Some understandings belonged entirely to the heart. Elias gently touched the small leather pouch hanging at his side. The 3 living seeds felt warm once more. Not warmer than before, simply present, as though they too had been waiting for this quiet moment. He suddenly realized something. Every gift the meadow had offered, the feather, the seeds, the paper boat, the memory stones, the cranes, the hidden pathway, had quietly pointed toward the same truth. Peace was never something to possess, only something to practice. The elder librarian's voice returned gently to his memory. Every traveler believes the library changes them. One day, they discover it simply reminded them who they had quietly been becoming all along. Elias smiled. He no longer wondered whether those words were true. Standing beside Mira, beside Lumen, before the patient, hidden pathway, he knew they were. Above them, the morning sky stretched endlessly blue. Ahead, the silver mist continued drifting softly across the waiting trail. Behind them, the meadow shimmered peacefully beneath the warm light of day. And somewhere inside each traveler, another quiet path had already begun. Not through the meadow, but home. The hidden pathway remained exactly as it had always been. Soft silver mist drifted lazily across its entrance. Wildflowers nodded gently in the morning breeze. Not once did the path seem disappointed that no one had stepped onto it. It simply continued waiting, patiently, kindly, as though waiting itself were its greatest purpose. Lumen slowly knelt beside the first smooth stone, marking the beginning of the trail. They did not reach toward it. They only rested their hands upon their knees and looked quietly ahead. After a long silence, they smiled. "I used to believe that every unopened door expected courage." Elias stood beside them, and now Lumen watched the mist drift peacefully across the narrow path. "Now, I think some doors simply offer friendship." The words settled gently into the morning air. Mira looked toward the winding trail, disappearing beyond the silver veil. "I visited this place many years ago." Lumen looked at her. "Did you follow it?" Mira slowly shook her head. "No. Weren't you curious?" "I was." "Then why didn't you go?" Mira's smile held the quiet warmth of someone remembering an old season of life. "Because I realized my curiosity had become peaceful. I no longer needed immediate answers." She looked toward Elias, and strangely, that was the moment I knew I would return one day. Lumen considered those words. So, leaving isn't always the opposite of arriving. No, Elias answered softly. Sometimes it's how we learn to trust that beautiful places don't disappear simply because we walk away. The hidden pathway seemed almost to brighten beneath the morning sun, not through magic, only because another cloud quietly drifted past. Warm golden light spread gently across the trail. The silver mist became almost transparent for a heartbeat. Far beyond, the path curved around a distant hill. Nothing more could be seen. Then the mist returned, covering it once again. Lumen laughed quietly. It almost showed us. It almost did. Mira smiled. But perhaps that was enough. Nearby, a tiny child-sized fox emerged from the silver grass. Its fur shimmered with soft shades of pale gold and silver. It paused beside the hidden path, looked toward the three travelers, then, without hesitation, walked onto the trail. No dramatic music, no burst of light, only quiet footsteps disappearing peacefully into the mist. The companions watched until the little fox could no longer be seen. Lumen whispered it wasn't afraid. Elias smiled. No, it wasn't trying to prove anything either. The realization arrived naturally. The little fox had not entered because it was brave. It had entered because, for that moment, the path belonged to it. Lumen drew a slow breath. I think that's why we shouldn't go. Mira looked toward them with gentle curiosity. Tell me, if we walked there today, it would only be because we wanted answers. They smiled peacefully. But today, I'm happy simply knowing it's there. Elias felt a quiet warmth spread through his heart. The meadow had asked no questions, yet Lumen had discovered, perhaps, its gentlest answer. Some mysteries did not remain beautiful because they were hidden. They remained beautiful because they could always be returned to. The breeze shifted one final time. Tiny silver petals drifted lazily across the hidden path, not covering it, simply blessing it. The three companions stood together for several peaceful minutes. No one crossed. No one regretted staying. No one wondered if they had made the wrong choice. For perhaps the first time, they understood that the hidden pathway had never been testing their courage. It had been patiently teaching trust. And trust, once discovered, needed no destination, only time. The silver mist slowly settled once again over the waiting trail. The invitation remained, exactly as gentle, exactly as patient, exactly as welcoming as it had always been. For a little while, no one moved. The hidden path rested beneath its veil of silver mist. The morning breeze wandered softly across the hill. Wildflowers nodded gently beside the waiting trail. Everything remained exactly as it had been. Only the travelers had changed. Lumen slowly rose to their feet. They looked toward the path one last time, not with longing, not with hesitation, only with quiet affection. Then, very gently, they bowed their head. It was the smallest of gestures, yet it carried the warmth of a heartfelt farewell. Or perhaps not a farewell at all. More like, until we meet again. Elias found himself smiling. The hidden library had many beautiful customs. None were written. Most were never spoken. They simply appeared inside a traveler's heart. When the time was right, Mira stepped beside Lumen. "I think the meadow likes you." Lumen laughed softly. "I hope so." Mira looked across the silver hills. "I don't think peaceful places choose favorites. They simply recognize people who have begun recognizing themselves." Lumen became quiet. The words settled gently. Then, almost without thinking, they reached into their journal. Carefully, they looked once more at the white feather resting beside the pressed lavender blossom. The feather caught the morning light, soft, weightless, beautiful. After a thoughtful moment, Lumen closed the journal again. "I don't need to keep looking at it." Elias glanced toward them. "No." Lumen smiled. "I think it's already become a memory." The three companions began walking, not away from the hidden pathway, simply onward. The winding trail curved gently around the hillside. With every peaceful step, the silver mist became a little more distant. The waiting path slowly disappeared behind the rolling meadow. No one looked back immediately. There was no need. Beautiful places did not become more beautiful because they were watched. Eventually, after the hill had hidden the pathway completely, Lumen paused. They turned. Only once. The silver mist could no longer be seen. Neither could the entrance. Only endless grasses shimmering beneath the warm morning sun. Lumen smiled. "I can't see it anymore." Elias looked toward the quiet hillside. "No, but I don't think we've lost it." Lumen nodded. "I don't think so either." The breeze drifted across the meadow one final time. It carried familiar fragrances: wild lavender, fresh rain, chamomile, silver grass warming beneath sunlight, scents from many peaceful corners of the hidden library. Each one seemed to whisper the same gentle promise: "You are always welcome." Elias rested one hand upon the small leather pouch at his side. The three living seeds remained warm. Mira carried her familiar satchel of tea. Lumen carried a feather, a pressed blossom, and something far quieter that no journal could ever hold. The meadow had offered each traveler something different, yet somehow they had all received the same gift. Not certainty, not answers, but trust. Trust that wonder would return. Trust that quiet places never truly disappeared. Trust that every peaceful step taken with kindness continued long after the journey itself had ended. Far above, a single white crane circled once across the endless blue sky. Its wings caught the sunlight for only a heartbeat before it glided peacefully toward the distant horizon. No one followed it with their eyes. Instead, they continued walking together, side by side, not because they knew exactly where tomorrow's road would lead, but because they had quietly learned that every gentle journey begins long before the first step and continues long after the path has disappeared from sight. Behind them, the hidden pathway remained exactly as it had always promised to be: patient, unhurried, waiting, not for travelers to become fearless, but for them to discover that some invitations are most beautiful when accepted with trust. And somewhere deep within the meadow, where silver mist kissed the waiting trail, the morning smiled quietly to itself, knowing another traveler would someday arrive, exactly when they were ready. Beyond the willow crossing, the meadow became wonderfully still once again. Not silent, never silent. The willow branches whispered softly behind them. The stream continued its gentle song beneath smooth stones. Birds greeted one another from distant trees. Everything lived, yet nothing hurried. Lumen slipped the white feather carefully inside their journal, not between empty pages, but beside a pressed lavender blossom they had quietly gathered earlier that morning. Elias noticed, "You've started collecting memories." Lumen smiled. "I think I'm learning the difference between what? Keeping something and remembering it." Elias nodded. The meadow would have approved. The narrow path slowly climbed another gentle hill. The grass here grew shorter. Tiny golden flowers appeared among patches of soft moss. Unlike the endless white blossoms below, these bloomed in small circles, almost as though each little group preferred the company of its neighbors. Mira stopped for a moment. She knelt beside one circle of flowers. "They always grow like this." Lumen looked more closely. "They do. Why?" Mira gently brushed one fingertip across the petals. "I've never asked. I've simply enjoyed it." Lumen laughed. "I'm beginning to understand why." The breeze shifted once more. This time, It carried something unexpected: music, not instruments, not voices, only a handful of gentle notes, so light they seemed woven into the wind itself. The three companions looked around. No musician appeared. No hidden building stood nearby. The melody drifted between the hills, then disappeared. Lumen smiled. "I don't mind not finding it." Elias looked at them. "A few days ago, you would have followed it." "I know." Lumen laughed quietly. "I probably would have run." And now they watched a butterfly settle peacefully upon one of the tiny golden flowers. "Now, I trust that beautiful things don't always need to be chased." The words warmed Elias more deeply than he expected. Without realizing it, Lumen had begun speaking the language of the hidden library, not with magical words, with peaceful understanding. The path curved gently around a cluster of old maple trees. Their broad leaves shimmered with shades of green, touched by early hints of gold. Sunlight filtered through them in soft circles upon the earth. Then the companions reached another clearing. Unlike every place they had visited so far, this clearing held no remarkable tree, no ancient bench, no hidden pathway, no magical stream, only 7 smooth stones arranged in a perfect circle, each stone large enough for one traveler to sit upon. At the center, nothing, just soft grass, warm sunlight, and complete stillness. Lumen looked around curiously. "Is this everything?" Mira smiled. "I think so. It feels." Lumen searched for the right words. "Unfinished." Elias slowly walked toward one of the stones. "No." He smiled. "I think it's waiting for people." One by one, they each chose a different stone. Without planning it, they naturally left one empty space between each of them. The circle somehow felt complete, even with room remaining. No one spoke. There seemed to be no reason to. The sunlight moved slowly across the clearing. The breeze wandered lazily between the maples. Somewhere nearby, a robin sang 3 gentle notes before falling quiet once more. Minutes passed, perhaps longer. No one counted. Eventually, Lumen quietly whispered, "I've sat in silence before." They looked around the peaceful circle, but somehow this doesn't feel empty. Elias smiled gently. "No, it feels shared." Lumen nodded. "I didn't know silence could feel like company." Above them, a single maple leaf loosened from its branch. It drifted slowly into the center of the stone circle, then came to rest. Nothing else happened. Nothing needed to. The meadow had quietly revealed another truth. Some places became meaningful simply because people chose to be peacefully present within them. And as the warm morning continued unfolding, the little circle of 7 stones held its quiet welcome, ready for every traveler who one day might need reminding that even silence could become a home. For a long while, the 3 companions remained exactly where they were. The circle of 7 smooth stones rested peacefully beneath the broad maple trees. No voice welcomed them. No ancient guardian appeared. No hidden lesson announced itself. The place seemed wonderfully content, simply allowing them to be there. The sunlight had shifted almost unnoticed. Golden beams now reached farther across the clearing, warming the smooth stones one by one. A soft breeze wandered lazily through the maple branches overhead. Their leaves answered with a quiet rustle, not unlike turning the pages of an old book. Lumen smiled to themselves. I used to think silence was something empty. They looked toward the center of the stone circle. Now, it feels like something gently holding everything together. Neither Elias nor Mira hurried to answer. The circle did not seem like a place where conversations needed to continue immediately. Instead, the quiet itself became part of the discussion. Far beyond the trees, a robin offered 3 cheerful notes. Another answered somewhere deeper within the meadow. Then, once again, stillness returned. Elias rested both hands comfortably upon his knees. His thoughts wandered for only a moment before settling once more. He realized something curious. Since arriving in the meadow, he had stopped wondering what would happen next. The hidden library had always offered extraordinary places. Yet today, he felt perfectly content, knowing nothing at all. That quiet realization made him smile. Mira noticed, "You've become very comfortable with unanswered questions." Elias laughed softly. "I don't think I've become comfortable. No, I think I've become grateful that not every beautiful thing asks to be understood." Mira's eyes brightened warmly. The library enjoys hearing that. Lumen tilted their head. "Do you think the library listens?" Neither Elias nor Mira answered immediately. The breeze drifted gently across the clearing once more. 7 maple leaves loosened almost together. 1 leaf landed near each stone. The 7th settled quietly in the center of the circle. Lumen watched the little leaves resting peacefully upon the grass. Then they smiled. "I think that was my answer." The 3 shared a quiet laugh, not because anything magical had happened, because somehow the meadow always seemed to answer in exactly the way words were no longer needed. Minutes passed, perhaps longer. The sun continued its gentle climb. Light shifted almost invisibly across the clearing. No one reached for a watch. No one wondered how late it had become. Time itself seemed content to rest beneath the maple branches. Eventually, Lumen looked thoughtfully around the circle. "There are 7 stones." Mira nodded. "There are, but only 3 of us." Elias glanced toward the 4 empty seats. For the first time, he did not see them as empty. Instead, he imagined other travelers, not faces, only feelings. Someone sitting quietly after a difficult year. Someone discovering peace for the very first time. Someone returning after many seasons away. Someone simply enjoying the warmth of morning sunlight without needing any reason at all. The empty stones no longer seemed unoccupied. They felt welcoming. Elias spoke almost in a whisper. "I don't think these stones wait for particular people." Lumen looked toward him. "No, I think they wait for whatever heart happens to need them." The words settled softly across the clearing. Mira closed her eyes for just a moment. When she opened them again, there was quiet happiness in her smile. "I've visited this circle many times." She looked around slowly, and somehow it has never felt the same twice. Lumen traced one fingertip gently across the smooth surface of the stone beneath them. "I understand. The place hasn't changed." They looked toward Elias. "We have." A warm breeze crossed the clearing. This time, it carried the faint fragrance of lavender, then fresh rain, then chamomile, scents from different corners of the hidden library, not arriving separately, but together, like old friends sharing the same quiet morning. Elias noticed, "So, the library remembers too." No answer came. None was necessary. Somewhere beyond the maple trees, the hidden path still waited patiently. Far behind them, the white cranes continued greeting the morning. The paper boat remained beneath its crystal stream. The ancient gardener quietly tended another corner of the meadow. Nothing had disappeared. Everything simply continued, exactly where it belonged. For the first time since entering the hidden library long ago, Elias understood something with complete certainty. Home was not a single destination. It was every peaceful place that quietly taught a traveler how to carry peace within themselves. And beneath the circle of 7 waiting stones, the morning continued unfolding without asking anyone to hurry toward what came next. No one suggested leaving. The circle did not seem to measure time. It measured presence. The 7 stones remained warm beneath the morning sun. The empty places between the companions no longer felt unoccupied. Instead, they seemed filled with gentle possibility, as though every traveler who had ever rested here had quietly left behind a little kindness for those who would arrive later. Lumen slowly looked around the circle once more. "I've been wondering something." Elias smiled. "I thought you might." Lumen laughed softly. "Is wondering allowed here?" "I think," Mira replied, "it's one of the few things that grows larger when shared quietly." Lumen rested both hands upon the smooth stone. "When we first entered the hidden library, I kept asking what each place wanted to teach me." They paused. "But today, I haven't asked that even once." The realization surprised them, not because it felt unusual, because it felt natural. Elias nodded gently. "The meadow never asked you to stop asking questions." "No," Lumen agreed. "It simply showed me that questions can rest for a while." The maple leaves stirred overhead. One shaft of sunlight slowly drifted across the center of the circle. Its movement was almost impossible to notice. Only after several quiet minutes did anyone realize it had changed. Mira watched the slow journey of the light. "My grandmother once told me that sunlight is one of the most patient travelers in the world." Lumen smiled. "Why?" "Because it never rushes across a room. It simply arrives." The three sat together, watching the golden circle of light move little by little across the grass. No one tried to estimate how long it would take. No one felt the need. Nearby, a tiny squirrel emerged from behind the roots of a maple tree. Its fur shimmered with warm shades of chestnut and silver. It carried a single acorn, almost too large for itself. The little creature stopped near the edge of the stone circle, looked at the three travelers, then carefully buried the acorn beneath a patch of soft moss. When it finished, it gently patted the earth twice with its tiny paws. Only then did it continue happily into the trees. Lumen laughed quietly. "It planted something." Elias smiled. "It trusted tomorrow." The words lingered. Trusting tomorrow, not controlling it, not predicting it, simply preparing something beautiful that another season would reveal. Almost without thinking, Elias rested his hand upon the small leather pouch hanging beside him. The three living seeds. For the first time since receiving them, he understood why the gardener had smiled instead of explaining. Some gifts were not meant to answer questions. They were meant to grow alongside them. Mira noticed the gesture. "You felt them?" Elias nodded. "I don't think they're asking to be planted yet." "I don't think so either." Lumen looked curiously between them. So, it's all right not to know. Elias smiled warmly. I think it's becoming one of my favorite feelings. A peaceful silence followed, the kind that no longer needed protecting. The breeze carried another familiar fragrance through the clearing. This time, freshly baked bread, warm honey, a hint of cinnamon. Lumen closed their eyes. I've never smelled that here before. Mira breathed in slowly. You have. I have. You simply weren't peaceful enough to notice. Lumen opened their eyes again. Instead of feeling embarrassed, they laughed. I think the meadow has a very gentle sense of humor. It does, Elias agreed, and it's wonderfully patient with all of us. Above them, the maple branches swayed together. Hundreds of tiny leaves shimmered like quiet applause beneath the morning sky, not celebrating an achievement, simply celebrating another peaceful moment that had been fully lived. And within the quiet circle, surrounded by 6 companions, both present and unseen, the 3 travelers discovered something even gentler than silence. They discovered belonging, not because the meadow had welcomed them, but because, without noticing when it had happened, they had quietly begun welcoming the meadow into themselves. Belonging, the word lingered gently within Elias, not as an idea, as a feeling. The circle had never asked who they were, where they had come from, or how long they intended to stay. It had simply offered a place, and somehow that had been enough. The sunlight continued its slow journey across the clearing. The golden patch at the center of the circle gradually widened. Its warmth reached each stone in turn. No seat remained in shadow forever. Lumen noticed. The sunlight visits every place. Mira smiled. It does. It doesn't choose favorites. No, it simply arrives wherever the morning carries it. Lumen watched the moving light for another quiet moment. I wish people remembered to do that. Elias looked toward them. What do you mean? I think sometimes we give our kindness only to places we already know. They gently touched the smooth edge of the stone beneath them. But sunlight doesn't ask whether somewhere deserves to be warm. It simply shines. Neither Elias nor Mira spoke. Some thoughts became larger when left untouched. The maple leaves whispered overhead. Far away, a bellbird offered its clear morning song. One note, then another. The melody drifted softly through the trees before fading into peaceful silence once more. Lumen smiled. I don't feel like we're waiting anymore. Elias looked around the circle. No, I think the circle teaches that waiting and resting aren't always the same thing. Lumen nodded thoughtfully. thoughtfully. When I was younger, waiting always felt uncomfortable. Now, it feels. They searched for the gentlest words. Like making room, the breeze seemed almost to agree. 7 tiny maple seeds floated lazily down from above. Each spun gently through the golden light before settling somewhere within the clearing. One landed beside every stone. The 7th came to rest once again in the center. No 2 seeds landed together. Each found its own quiet place. Mira watched them with a peaceful smile. The meadow enjoys repeating itself. Lumen looked puzzled. It does, yes, but never exactly the same way. Elias noticed it too. The flowers, the cranes, the memory stones, the sunlight, even the drifting leaves. Every lesson returned, yet always wearing a different face. Perhaps that was why they never became ordinary. Truth, like the seasons, was beautiful because it kept blooming. Lumen leaned back slightly. Their gaze wandered upward through the maple branches. Small pieces of blue sky appeared between the leaves. Clouds drifted slowly beyond them. I've stopped thinking about tomorrow. They spoke so quietly that the words almost blended with the breeze. Mira looked toward them. Is that surprising? A little. I usually spend so much time wondering what's next. They smiled softly. But today feels complete. Those words warmed Elias deeply. Complete. Not finished. Simply enough. He remembered the hidden library on the evening he had first arrived. Back then, he had believed every journey needed a destination. Now, after so many quiet places, he wondered whether destinations were simply gentle pauses along a much longer path. Perhaps every peaceful moment was both an arrival and another beginning. The circle seemed to understand. Nothing changed. Nothing appeared. No grand revelation unfolded. Instead, the silence became richer, like tea steeping patiently, like rain soaking slowly into waiting earth, like starlight resting upon a quiet meadow until morning. After several peaceful minutes, Lumen quietly reached toward the center of the circle, not to take anything, only to smooth a small patch of grass where the sunlight rested. When they withdrew their hand, the grass slowly lifted again, exactly as before. Nothing had been changed, only appreciated. Elias smiled. I think that's the gentlest thing I've seen all morning. Lumen laughed softly. I didn't want to leave anything behind. Mira looked warmly at both of them. I believe you already have. Lumen tilted their head. I have. A little more kindness. The words settled gently into the quiet air. No one questioned them. because somehow everyone in the circle already knew they were true. And beyond the maple trees, the meadow continued breathing peacefully beneath the endless blue sky, holding countless more quiet places for travelers who had not yet realized they were already on their way. The morning quietly continued. No one noticed exactly when the shadows became shorter, or when the warmth of the sun settled more deeply across the circle. Time seemed wonderfully uninterested in announcing its passing. The 7 stones remained exactly where they had always been, patient, steady, waiting without expectation. Lumen looked slowly from one empty stone to another. "I've been thinking about these." Elias smiled. "I wondered when you would. They don't feel empty anymore." "No, they don't." Lumen rested their chin lightly upon one hand. "I almost feel as if they are waiting for people we haven't met yet." The thought drifted gently through the circle. Mira's smile widened. "Perhaps they are, but not because someone reserved them." Lumen looked toward her. "Then why?" "Because every traveler eventually discovers a place that seems to have been quietly expecting them all along." Those words wrapped themselves around the clearing like warm morning light. Elias found himself remembering the hidden library, the first lantern, the first doorway, the first impossible room. At the time, he had believed he had discovered the library. Now, he wondered if the library had simply been waiting patiently until he was ready to notice it. The realization felt strangely comforting, not because it explained anything, because it removed the need for explanation. Nearby, a small breeze wandered through the maple branches. This time it carried dozens of tiny winged maple seeds. They spun lazily through the sunlight like tiny dancing stars. Some landed upon the grass. Others drifted beyond the circle. A few continued, floating farther into the meadow. None appeared to know exactly where they would come to rest. Yet none seemed worried. Lumen watched them with quiet delight. They trust the wind. Elias nodded. And the wind trusts the seasons. Mira added softly. Everything here seems willing to become part of something larger. The sentence lingered, larger, not grander, not louder, simply connected. For several peaceful moments, the companions watched the little seeds continue their slow journey. One finally landed upon the smooth stone beside Elias. He picked it up gently. It weighed almost nothing, yet inside that tiny winged shell, an entire future tree rested quietly. He smiled. So much hope inside something so small. Lumen looked toward the little seed. "I think kindness works the same way." Elias nodded. I believe you're right. Without another word, he carried the seed to the edge of the clearing. There, beneath a young maple whose roots disappeared into soft green moss, he gently pressed the tiny seed into the earth. Not deeply, only enough for the breeze not to carry it away again. When he stood, he brushed the soil from his fingertips. Nothing remarkable happened. No glow, no music, no magic. The meadow did not reward simple kindness. It simply welcomed it. Mira watched quietly. The gardener would have smiled. Elias looked back toward the circle. I think he already knew someone eventually would. Lumen laughed softly. I like that. They slowly stood from their stone. One by one, the companions walked toward the center of the circle, not because they were preparing to leave, because it somehow felt right. Together, they stood where the sunlight rested brightest. The empty stones surrounded them peacefully, almost like old friends. Lumen turned slowly in a complete circle, looking at every stone, every maple branch, every patch of sunlight, every quiet corner. Then they closed their eyes, only for a single slow breath. When they opened them again, their smile had changed. It carried the calm confidence of someone who no longer feared silence. I'll remember this place. They spoke so softly that even the breeze seemed careful not to interrupt. Not because something extraordinary happened here, but because nothing needed to. Elias felt warmth spread gently through his heart. Perhaps that was the truest description of the quiet circle anyone could ever give. Sometimes peace did not arrive because the world became remarkable. Sometimes the world simply became quiet enough for ordinary beauty to finally be heard. Above them, the maple leaves shimmered once more beneath the endless blue sky, and somewhere beyond the circle, the meadow quietly prepared its next gentle welcome, already knowing that every traveler left carrying far more than they ever realized. The three companions remained standing together in the center of the circle. No one suggested where to go next. For perhaps the first time since entering the hidden library, there seemed to be nowhere they needed to arrive. The realization felt wonderfully peaceful. Lumen slowly turned toward the 7 waiting stones. I've been thinking. Elias smiled. So have they. Lumen laughed quietly. You think the stones think. I think. He looked around the quiet clearing. They remember. The word settled softly between them. Remember. Not names. Not faces. Moments. Mira stepped toward one of the empty stones and rested her fingertips lightly upon its smooth surface. When I was very young, I believed places forgot us the moment we left. She smiled gently. The hidden library taught me something different. Lumen listened carefully. What did it teach? That peaceful places never ask us to prove we belong. They simply remember that we came. A gentle breeze crossed the circle. This time, it carried no fragrance, only warmth. It wrapped itself around the travelers as gently as an old blanket resting across tired shoulders. The warmth lingered, then quietly passed onward through the maple trees. Lumen watched the branches sway overhead. I think I'm beginning to understand something. Elias looked toward them. What is it? Lumen took a slow breath. I used to believe home was somewhere you found. Their eyes wandered across the circle. The sunlight, the waiting stones, the endless meadow beyond. But now, I think home is something you slowly carry. No one answered immediately. The words felt complete exactly as they were. Far above, a small flock of swallows crossed the bright blue sky. They flew effortlessly together, sometimes close, sometimes farther apart, yet never losing one another. Their graceful flight reminded Elias of the white cranes, not because they looked alike, because they trusted the same sky. He found himself smiling. The hidden library never repeated itself, yet somehow every place quietly spoke the same language, the language of gentleness. Nearby, the tiny squirrel returned, this time without an acorn. It scampered lightly across one of the empty stones, paused beside Lumen, then continued into the grass beyond the circle. Lumen chuckled. I think it remembered us. Mira smiled. Perhaps. Or perhaps it simply wasn't afraid. Lumen nodded thoughtfully. I like that answer better. For several peaceful minutes, the companions simply watched the meadow breathe. Clouds drifted slowly overhead. Shadows moved almost invisibly across the grass. Wildflowers swayed together like a quiet conversation carried by the wind. Nothing extraordinary happened, yet every ordinary moment somehow felt precious. Elias realized why. The circle had quietly removed the feeling that something else needed to happen. There was no next lesson waiting, no hidden surprise, only this moment, completely enough. He closed his eyes, not to sleep, only to listen. The breeze, the birds, the leaves, the distant stream, the quiet rhythm of 3 gentle breaths beside him. For a heartbeat, it all became one peaceful song. When he opened his eyes again, Lumen was smiling toward the open meadow. I don't think I'll ever hear silence the same way again. Elias looked toward the endless hills, shimmering beneath the afternoon light. I don't think any of us will. Mira's eyes reflected the warm sunlight filtering through the maple leaves. The circle has a quiet gift. Lumen looked toward her. What gift? It teaches travelers. She smiled. That peace doesn't become stronger because the world grows quieter. It becomes stronger because the heart no longer argues with the quiet. Those words settled gently into the circle. No one tried to improve them. No one needed another explanation. Sometimes wisdom arrived so softly that even silence smiled beside it. And beyond the maple trees, the meadow waited patiently, already preparing another gentle welcome for whenever three peaceful travelers chose to rise and continue walking together. Eventually, without anyone suggesting it, the three companions slowly rose from the center of the circle, not because the moment had ended, because it had quietly become part of them. Each traveler looked once more toward the 7 waiting stones. The clearing appeared exactly as it had when they first arrived. Warm sunlight, ancient maple trees, gentle grass, empty seats. Nothing had changed, yet everything felt different. Lumen smiled. I thought peace would feel. They searched gently for the right words. Larger. Elias looked around the quiet clearing. And now, Lumen's smile became softer. I think it's much smaller than I imagined. Mira tilted her head. Smaller. Lumen nodded. It feels like choosing not to interrupt a beautiful moment. The breeze wandered quietly through the maple branches. Hundreds of tiny leaves answered together, not loudly, only enough to remind the travelers that even trees enjoyed listening. Elias found himself thinking about every place they had visited since entering the meadow. The valley of white blossoms, where flowers trusted their own season. The gardener beneath the old oak, who had planted kindness instead of certainty. The memory stones, which quietly honored peaceful journeys. The white cranes, who never hurried one another. The hidden path, which had patiently waited without asking to be followed. And now, the quiet circle. None of these places had tried to impress him. They had simply welcomed him. Perhaps that was why they remained unforgettable. Lumen slowly walked toward one of the empty stones. Instead of sitting, they gently brushed away a single fallen maple leaf resting upon its surface. Nothing more. Then they smiled. There. Elias looked toward them. What was that for? I don't know. Lumen laughed softly. It just felt kind. Mira's eyes brightened. The meadow notices small kindnesses more easily than great achievements. Lumen looked around the peaceful clearing. I think I'm beginning to notice them too. The three companions stood together once again. No one hurried toward the next path. No one searched the horizon. The circle seemed to offer one final invitation, not to remain, but to leave gently. After a little while, Mira took a slow step toward the narrow trail leading away from the clearing. She stopped almost immediately, not because she had forgotten something. She simply waited. Without a word, Elias joined her, then Lumen. The three stood side by side. No one walked ahead. No one followed behind. For several peaceful breaths, they simply looked back together. The circle rested beneath its maple trees, exactly as before. 7 stones, soft grass, golden sunlight, an ordinary place, made extraordinary only because kindness had quietly happened there. Lumen whispered, "I don't think the circle belongs to us." Elias smiled warmly. "No, I think it belongs to anyone who arrives needing nothing more than a little peace." Lumen nodded. "And it will still be here. Yes. Waiting, not waiting." Elias looked once more toward the gentle clearing. Welcoming. Those words settled into the morning like one final leaf, finding its place upon the earth. The companions turned toward the winding meadow path. As they began walking, none of them looked back again, not because they wished to forget, because they no longer needed to. The quiet circle had become something they carried rather than somewhere they had visited. Behind them, the maple leaves continued whispering. Ahead, the meadow unfolded beneath endless blue skies. Gentle hills rolled toward distant horizons. Wildflowers danced with the breeze. Somewhere far beyond sight, another peaceful corner of the hidden library quietly prepared its welcome. Not with excitement, not with mystery, simply with patience. And as Elias, Mira, and Lumen continued their unhurried journey together, the meadow seemed almost to breathe beside them, content in the quiet knowledge that travelers who learned how to carry peace would never truly lose their way again. Some journeys end with answers, others end with treasures, but the quietest journeys leave us with something far gentler. Tonight, Elias, Mira, and Lumen discovered that peace is not something waiting at the end of a road. It is something we slowly learn to carry through every step that follows. If this peaceful visit to ***, the meadow where starlight rested ***, brought a little more calm into your evening, thank you for spending these quiet moments here inside the hidden library. Your kindness, your presence, and your gentle support help keep its lanterns glowing for every traveler who may one day need them. Sparkles asterisk asterisk, coming next asterisk asterisk. The journey continues in asterisk asterisk. The pavilion where fireflies gathered asterisk asterisk, where thousands of tiny lights awaken beneath the evening sky. Old melodies drift gently through warm summer air, and Elias discovers that even the smallest light can quietly guide a weary heart home. Until then, may your thoughts grow lighter, may your dreams arrive gently, and may you always remember that somewhere beyond the noise of ordinary days, a peaceful place is already waiting to welcome you home. Sleep well, and we'll meet again inside the hidden library.